Hello, hello. Welcome back. Back to another one. Tonight we got a couple things I wanted to talk about. Top stories tonight. We're going to be talking about the Vitaly update. Apparently he has been deported from Filipino prison back to Russia. We're going to talk about that. Also, I believe just Pearly Things. She got dog walked in a debate by Miss Ana Kasparian. I thought that was pretty crazy. And a couple more videos about modern women basically hitting the wall, past their prime, and now melting down because men no longer want them. I thought that was kind of something we could talk about. And the last video will be girls are now selling themselves. So something I wanted to, I guess, briefly touch on was the update with Vitaly. We'll start on that one first. Let's jump right to it. Give me 1 second. All right. So the video is going to start with Mr. Atozy. He's been featured on here before. Oh, Coke Benny, welcome to the stream, sir. Tea and Toast with Ghost. Welcome to the stream, guys. How you guys doing? Yeah, man. Hope you guys had a good evening. A good evening as well. I mean, I just got off of work, man. So got the day off tomorrow. So I'm ready to lock in for tonight. I do also want to cover the video Tea and Toast you sent me. I did not get a chance to look at it, so we'll be looking at that one tonight as well. So, you know what? I think also what I should do, I'm going to go ahead and open up the Discord, and we can have a little chat, and I'll make sure that my the audio and everything is working good. Let's see here. There's that. I think tonight I'm going to join Kilo, and I'll put that over here and full screen this, and I'll make sure that I share the screen. I'm going to go ahead and put the invite in the chat for you guys, so you guys can join whenever you want. Boom, there that is. And let me go ahead. Let me check my settings real quick. Okay, so that's good. Okay, looks like everything's looking good here. So yeah, you guys can join whatever you want. And let me go ahead and I'll share my screen as well. There's that. All right. Perfect. Okay, so this is going to be the first one we're going to watch. It's going to be by Atozy, talking about the update on Vitaly. It's definitely something I wanted to see what he looks like, because, you know, Filipino prison is not something to mess with, you guys. It's completely overpopulated. You basically have 500 inmates, or not 5,000 inmates in an area that could possibly only suitably do about 1,800. So it's pretty crowded. But let's see who. Oh, is that Cabos? What's good, Camp? Good to see you, Cabos. Welcome to the stream, sir. But yeah, apparently he was just brought out in front of the entire country, kind of like how they had him perp walked in the beginning. Now they're going to have him deported to Russia. So kind of want to see what this is all about. And let's make sure my ad block is on. Okay, perfect.
Is deported to Russia, but that's a good thing for him, because that means he was essentially spared by the Philippines. And if you have no idea
and what a lot of people were saying, that now that Vitaly, even though I guess he had a green card for the United States, he is still a Russian citizen. So that's why the Filipino president said to go ahead and deport him back to Russia. And a lot of people are saying that he's probably going to be now conscripted to now be a soldier on the front lines now. And I don't know if that's true or not, but doesn't sound like a good punishment.
What's going on? That probably sounds insane. Like, what do you mean being deported to Russia is a good thing? So in short, Big Idiot has done a lot of stupid things in his life, but he was about to do the dumbest thing so far. He lost his team, so I guess he thought the proper solution to that was to go to the Philippines and be incredibly disrespectful to the locals there. Run off with a security motorcycle, steal officers' hats, steal an industrial fan, steal a red light mask, threatened to rob an elder lady, and honestly, a whole lot more. But according to him,
You gotta love IRL streamers that basically document all of this evidence for the police and people that are prosecuting. It's like it's all neatly there for them. There's no need to interrogate anybody. They just gotta rewind the tape. So yeah, he really screwed himself over there.
they were all pranks or jokes, and he welcomed going to jail because he enjoyed it there. And when confronted,
He says he looks like Nick Fuentes with that haircut. Damn, that's, you know what? I kind of see it now. I can't unsee that. Yeah, I think if he lost the glasses and yeah, he could totally pull that off.
about it that night, he shrugged it off, saying, "Oh, I donate so much money here, so it's okay." Well, I guess it was okay until he got arrested, perp walked out in front of the nation, and charged with a whole bunch of crimes. And that's also around the same time that people started realizing, oh wait, stealing a motorcycle is Grand Theft Auto, and Grand Theft Auto is an automatic 20-year prison sentence in the Philippines. But he wasn't charged for that. So his entire...
Yeah, he got off very, very easy. I think he was only in jail or in prison for like 9 months. And when I say getting off easy, I mean he didn't get the full sentence, even though most of the locals there knew about him while he was over there. Like, yeah, he totally should have been taken for the full 40 years, not this whole 20-year thing. But I think deportation was something that was always in the cards for Vitaly. So, I mean, I would consider getting out of that prison. Anything is better than that.
Freedom in life was hinging on if the prosecutors decided to charge him for the thing he live streamed himself doing for the entire world to see. So, now that we've caught up,
Coke Manny came back. He says, when he had long hair, he looked like a younger Rollo Tomasi. I remember you said that, actually. I think when we were covering the first time Vitaly got locked up or something, he had longer hair then. And then I think he was also talking about the Johnny Somali as well. He had the longer hair. So yeah, he did kind of look like a younger Rollo Tomasi.
I got out of Jack Doherty's arraignment from his criminal trial yesterday. I saw the news that they had yet another press conference with Vitaly, which is wild because it looks like his jail time there started and ended with being perp walked out for a press conference. But unfortunately for us, the press conference was in Tagalog, so I had to dub it so we have any shot at understanding what's going on here. But was it a flawless dub? Probably not. But with it, we can actually see what's going on here.
This is subject to clearances from the NBI.
Damn, he's got the full-on beard. He's not smirking anymore. He's definitely lost some weight.
And the courts where cases have been filed. His cases at the Taguig Regional Trial Court and Municipal Trial Court have been resolved and served as well. The penalty you have there. Thus, the siblings can also proceed with his deportation soon. We are coordinating on the location for his deportation, which is his country, Russia.
Interesting.
You
I guess they resolved it.
Vitaly is a holder of a U.S. green card, but is a citizen of Russia. Thus, the normal process is not about the country of residence, but the passport of origin. His passport is from Russia, so the deportation will be processed there. Once we secure the necessary papers for his escort, his flight will leave from Kaliboklan going directly to Moscow. Let this serve as a reminder to all our visitors here in the Philippines that we continually welcome tourists and visitors. We treat
just don't fuck around and find out, man, because damn, dude. And I think they might mention it here, but they are going to kind of revamp the prison system there and make it a little bit more livable because, with the overpopulation problem that they have been known to have, after this whole incident, they have now been taking steps to make it, I guess, not take in so many inmates and even improve the quality of life there. So I think they might mention it in this video. I'm not sure.
with respect and anticipate they will follow the same rules we do when traveling. We have no ill feelings towards Vitaly. He has served his time, shown remorse, and he is now a free man going back to Russia. Thank you very much.
All right. And just like that, he was allowed to go home. So that's
Not bad, man. I mean, dude, he could have done 20 years and we would look a whole lot worse. So that's good for him, man. Good on him for doing the good behavior, I guess, and just not smirking anymore.
Being deported to Russia is a positive thing for him, because normally when you use the word deported, it has a negative context. And I mean, it makes sense because like there's no longer any real pressure on the government to actually punish him, because around half the people I talked to didn't know who he was. A lot of other people said they already forgotten about him, even though they still didn't like him.
Well, I knew him like a long time ago.
Here comes the long hair. You see it? He looks like Rollo Tomasi right here.
The dude was pretty much online. So when I heard that he came over here, I knew he was up to no good. And after hearing about what happened to him, regarding his incarceration, I know he's in jail now. I think he should receive the maximum sentence. But what I do notice is a lot of people here pretty much forgot what happened here, and some people do know. I guess if they followed you, they would still know about it.
Yeah, internet moves fast, man. I mean, you're offline for a week or 2 weeks, even a month, and yeah, people have already moved on. So, yeah, it just goes to show you, like, you can cause all this chaos and get all this, all these views and everything, and it doesn't matter after a month,
Yeah, but pretty much like a lot of people here have just forgotten about it. Usually cases like this tend to drag for months, years. So I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't hear about like his case this week or the next month. So yeah, the justice system works really slow here.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But at least as of right now, it seems like that nightmare is ending for Vitaly. And we've only seen him just a handful of times since he was arrested, with the most recent one being of him looking like he was getting baptized. And the last alarming rumor that broke out about Vitaly, and like, I think
he's like, I'm going to go ahead and convert to Catholicism, whatever, and get baptized of all my sins and completely start a new man. Yeah, I'm sure he did all of this to get his sentence, shortened. So pretty funny.
It was like 2 weeks ago, someone was saying that he got his hand cut off. So it was nice to see him all in one piece at this press conference, because that completely disproves it. But I mean, the dude spent almost a year in Camp Bagong Diwa. And just before he was thrown in there was this whole coverage on what it was like to be in there and how overcrowded it was.
The Bureau of Immigration is planning for the rehabilitation of their detention center.
That's what I was talking about. So they're going to rehabilitate it, basically improve the living conditions of it, and maybe not take in so many prisoners, so that it won't be so overpopulated. But yeah, I mean, they were having infestation with rats, poor water conditions and food conditions and stuff, and it just was not good. Atozi is converting to red pill. I don't know, man. I mean, he's always kind of been on this side of just like exposing like scumbag IRL streamers and pranksters and stuff. So at least that's what I've seen so far. Machiavelli, welcome to the stream, sir. Good to see you, man. You guys having a good time or what? Oh man, dude, we're always chilling, dude. We're catching up on our friend Vitaly, man, and because we had covered him a couple months back, and when he first got captured in the Philippines, and now he's getting deported back to Russia. So is he a changed man? Is he going to start anew? Is he gonna go on the front lines in Russia and we'll never hear from him again? Who knows, But he is a free man, according to the Philippines, so I guess that's kind of good for him.
At Camp Bagong Diwa in Taguig City due to the congestion problem. According to immigration spokesperson Dana Sandoval, the capacity of the current BI facility is only 100, but more than 300 foreign nationals are currently detained.
That's crazy.
Importante din kasi is make the area livable.
That's crazy. The bar was like, okay, we have to make this livable.
Currently, the Bureau of Immigration is cooperating with the other law enforcement agencies, so not all foreign nationals who will violate the law will be brought to their facilities.
So this segment right here is really just showing a lot of the hallways, not actually what it's like inside of the cells. Camp Diwa. I'm trying to see if I can find what the jail cells look.
I think I might have shown you guys, at least in the thumbnail of the last video. Well, not the last video, but the last Vitaly video I did. And it literally is just, it will have like a stairwell scene, and it will just have a guy sleeping on every stair. And, it will be like, it could be like 3 or 4 feet on the ground, and you have like 3 people just literally just, shoulder to shoulder laying down. And, yeah, I mean, you could put maybe a cell that could house maybe 8 or 9 Americans. They got like 50 Filipinos in there. It's just bad, dude. Like, you can just imagine all that body heat and just, dude, one person sick, everybody's sick. So yeah. Machiavelli says he's going to get back to the U.S. right away. Well, we'll see, man. We'll see. I mean, the way Trump is dealing with immigration and stuff like that, we'll see, man. We'll see.
Like Duarte wants TV sets and all cam Diva cells. I guess to monitor what's going on.
Oh, Duarte, that's the president right there, and I believe he also reacted to some of the stream that Vitaly did in terms of like harassing the lady, saying like, oh, you know, like he was gonna rob her and everything. Like he did like a whole reaction stream, like watching this stuff, and yeah, I was like, damn, that's crazy when like the president was reacting to the fuck shit that you're doing. Kind of wild. Exo Charles, welcome to the stream, sir. Good to see you, man. Hey, Camp, good to see you, man. Good to see all the hustlers jumping in early tonight, man. I appreciate that. Machiavelli said, yeah, it's hell on earth, dude. Yeah, man. Oh, Eos Campbell, welcome to the stream. Hello. Good to see you. Yeah, man, this is it's crazy how I think there was one more streamer. I don't think we've covered him on the show before, but I think he was also in the Philippines causing problems. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The cameraman that was capturing all the stuff that Vitaly was doing, he's also still in jail too. So I think he got like a lesser sentence, but he's still currently in jail from what I understand. Exo Charles came back. He says, Nick Fuentes, Myron, the Tates, Sneeko, and Clav are having an Avengers stream right now. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, man. That's funny. The Tates. I thought, wasn't Andrew Tate and Sneeko beefing last time I checked? I don't know. Like, I think, I know Sneeko had a stream talking about Andrew Tate, and then Andrew Tate, like, said something about Sneeko, and I guess they were having a little bit of beef, but I guess they squashed it. I don't know. They're always infighting, those guys. And Nick, I remember Nick said he wasn't going to come on Fresh and Fit because he doesn't mess with Fresh. He says he's cool with Myron, but in terms of going over and being in studio and stuff, he said he didn't really want to mess with them. But an Avengers stream, that's funny, very funny. Yeah, and I thought, didn't Clav say something about Fresh and Fit? Like, I remember he had his own stream and he was talking trash about Fresh and Fit. I don't know. There's just so much information, man. But it's like, I don't want to come off as a hater, okay? I'm just reporting the news, and people get all butthurt and stuff. They're like, hey, you don't talk about my Fresh and Fit, okay? Those guys have saved my life and shit. I'm just like, whatever, man. I don't care, dude. It's just, I love it how people, like, they get so butthurt in the comments, man. And, you know, people just, they're like, dude, you need to do your own thing and stop talking about Fresh and Fit, man. I'm like, bro, like, I'm sorry that these guys are your heroes, okay? But, you know, don't white knight for some people that don't care about you, you know? It's whatever. You don't have to come to my stream either. You don't have to, like, it's cool. I appreciate all of the engagement that my haters give me. I appreciate it. I truly do. And I welcome you to come back and at least, you know, come on stream and talk trash and stuff, because I love it. I love it. But it's like, don't like watch me a couple, you know, days later and then like try to like bait me and stuff, because it's not gonna work, man. I just think it's funny, you know. Machiavelli came back. He says, yeah, they're hanging up, trying to be cringe like always. Tate and Myron bent the knee to Clav. Oh, dude, that's crazy. Well, I guess Clav, he's like he's kind of like the it person right now. You know, he's kind of like where Zerka was like a year ago. And, you know, he was doing all those collaborations. So, yeah, I mean, everybody's going to gather around the 19-year-old, the guy who's getting a lot of views and stuff. And, yeah, it's just funny, man. They're all, like, circle jerking each other. And, yeah, it's funny. Coke Benny came back. He says, Avengers, more like Legion of Doom. Oh, yeah. Eos Campbell says, I'm not a hater. Well, that's cool. I mean, most of these people in this chat aren't haters. I mean, my haters, they like to just lurk. They don't really like to comment. They like to wait until the stream is over, and then they'll say some stuff. But, now, I had what I'm referring to is a hater. He messaged me and he's like, what did he say? Oh, no, I guess he was commenting off of another person. And he said, oh God, I'm trying to remember exactly how it went. I said, because one guy said, hey, why don't you do your own thing and stop, reacting to people that are already doing their own shit. And I was like, I've actually done my own stuff. Like, I have videos where I'm doing my own things. You're more than welcome to check out those videos and comment on it too. And then this other guy chimed in and he was like, well, the stuff that he does at his own shit is boring, or whatever, and nobody wants to watch it. And I was like, how do you know it's boring? And I was like, first of all, when you say nobody wants to watch it, are you referring to yourself as the nobody? Because of course, anybody that ever comments on any of my videos, I always like check their profile and stuff to see like, okay, is this person like qualified to talk shit? And they never are, dude. They always have like no subscribers, no content for me to kind of like, talk to them about. And it's just like, okay, you're just a troll that has like no footprint whatsoever. So I got nothing to go off of, So I kind of wish these people that were haters actually had something going for themselves, but they never have anything going for themselves. So unfortunately, that's the caliber of hater that I have. I wish I had people that, had a little bit more established and could actually hate with some real intention, but it's never that, unfortunately.
This looks extremely cramped. I wonder how many cellmates he has.
Okay, so Machiavelli came back. He says, hey, Camp, you're fresh and fit. Call made Fresh try hard and talk more, and he's insufferable. You created a monster of cringe. I know, dude. And you know what? I'm sorry. I had no idea. Okay, I had no idea that this was gonna create a domino effect, and he was gonna like really suck it up and try to like make these what's the word? He tried to make not anecdotes, but what are they called? The things that Myron does, the shit. Okay, so like the the hot pocket analogies. I didn't know he was gonna do like the hot pocket analogy. I didn't know that he was gonna try to contribute and just fly off of the mount without anything prepared. I didn't know that was gonna happen. So yeah, it is my fault. I do take part in that. I think it was better before when he was just quiet and just wanted to end the show. When he was just relegated to like 4 phrases. That was cool, I didn't realize how good we had it until, I had to go ahead and mess that up. So I do take full responsibility. Machiavelli, you're 100% right. I have created this fucked up timeline that we're in now, and I'm sorry. I had no idea this was going to happen. So yeah, my bad, everybody.
At a time here. So I mean, hey, good for him that he is out of there, because I don't think anyone would ever want to spend any time there. Unfortunately for Gino, though, he'll be probably spending some time there, because
Gino, that's the other streamer, the unknown streamer that I don't really know too much about, but he just recently got messed up and arrested in the Philippines, and now he's serving some time there.
Speaking of Gino, who's the other IRL streamer who just got arrested in the Philippines, I got confirmation from someone that knows him pretty well that he's been missing since he posted that he got arrested. So, yeah, that was probably him getting arrested. It's kind of like they were doing a relay race, and Vitaly's like, all right, I'm going to pass this baton on to Gino, and Gino's like, yeah, I'll keep this cell warm for you, bud. I don't
T and Toes of Ghost came back. He says, Legion of Fakes. The Legion of Doom was problem of JLA? Who's JLA? I don't know who that is. JLA. Cookmany says, I remember when people called in to say he didn't contribute anything, and then after that, Myron gave him his own segment, which was a dating show that nobody watched. I remember that. It was actually aping off of the Pop the Balloon segment, and then I guess he tried to do like Fresh, what was it called, like Fresh of Love or Love Fresh or something like that. I don't know, a fresh start or some shit. I don't remember the name of it, but I do remember the dating show. And yeah, dude, that shit was cringe as fuck, man. It was just like, nobody wants to watch anything that Fresh is hosting because nobody cares about him, JLA. Okay, Cook Benny came back. He says JLA stands for Justice League of America. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I was like, for some reason, when you said Legion of Doom was a problem of, I thought that was John Anthony Lifestyle. I read it backwards, like JAL, John Anthony Lifestyle. I was like, yeah, I don't know.
No, it's so messed up. I don't know why. I just don't understand the logic here. Why would you ever go to foreign countries, especially countries that have penalties like the Philippines, and commit crimes? It doesn't make sense to me. But either way, a lot of people are also asking why he's being deported to Russia, though. And he did answer it here, but it's simply because he's a Russian citizen, but has an American green card. So therefore, because he's a citizen of Russia, he'll get deported to Russia. And then from there, most likely, he can go wherever he wants to. So once Vitaly has officially left the Philippines, I mean, it's safe to say he
might have to reapply. I don't know, because I think that green card status, I think after I want to say it's like 6 months or something like that. I'm not 100%, so don't quote me on this, but I think you have to do steps to become like a permanent resident of the United States after you have your green card. But like after a certain time has elapsed or whatever, and you're out of the country for a certain amount of time, I think you can lose your status. And, you know, your whole green card status thing is completely wiped and you have to start all over again. So, yeah. But I do think if he's going to be deported back to Russia, that's probably he's probably going to be conscripted as a soldier in the front lines, man. And then, yeah, we'll never hear from him ever again. Machiavelli said, sad part is he's gonna be a kid for the rest of his life. Fresh can't help himself. Oh, Fresh? Yeah, dude. I mean, shit. If we're gonna talk about Fresh, man, haters, I hope you are listening. Okay, Fresh does not want. He says he wants a family. He says he wants to settle down and find the one or whatever. But he can't stop paying for box. So I don't think that this is ever gonna happen. He's gonna keep creating this endless loop of just. He's never gonna be able to settle down. And same thing with Myron, dude. There's a lot of people that are, you know, in Myron's corner and saying that Myron can get married anytime he wants and all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, but who's going to want to marry Myron, dude? You know, like Myron has to actually want to settle down and have kids. I don't think he wants to do that. He says he's still not at the point where he is like ready to have a family and all that stuff. Like, it's like, he thinks that he still needs to make a certain amount of money and everything in order to be, you know, set and everything and all that. And I'm like, okay, man. It's like, you just keep telling yourself that. I just think, I don't think it's in the cards for him either. You know, it's just, he's probably going to have to pay someone as well to just be there by his side or whatever and not maybe fake a whole relationship, you know? Because, I mean, that whole thing with Angie was completely like, for optics, you know, until it wasn't. And, you know, it just didn't work out.
One of the biggest artillery shells possible. I mean, doing something that can get you 20 years in prison in a country like the Philippines is absolutely not ideal. In life, you would always want to avoid anything like that. But the dude has been in some of the worst conditions possible for 9 months now, so I'm happy he's able to go home. What he did, though, was a next level of stupidity, but hopefully he learned how stupid this actually was, and he won't continue doing the same antics right away like a certain other dude who's still stuck in South Korea. I mean, just looking at
Johnny Somali. Yeah, dude, and that guy is continually like spinning his wheels trying to figure out how he can get out, because he keeps like trying to go on other people's streams, whatever, to, you know, get money and stuff to keep going, so he get new camera equipment so he can, you know, keep filming and everything. But then he keeps getting his stuff stolen, and he's going to be there for indefinite amount of time. I don't think he's getting out of South Korea. I think Johnny Somali is donezo. Excuse me. Machiavelli came back. He says, Myron is trying to impress the Tates by saying this goofy line, women need to be second-class citizens. Well, you know, behind fat people, you know, I want to say, because Myron, he definitely hates fat people. He hates women. And I think, you know, he has a problem with, you know, everybody pretty much. He says he hates everybody equally. So that's blue pill people, that's black people, you know, feminists. I mean, I think the list of people that Myron actually does like is literally, you can probably count it on like one hand. You know, probably the people that are in the room with him, you know, are probably about it. But everybody else is second class. So
the guys before and after here, it seems like he's learned his lesson. Because at the
damn, we gotta look at that. Hold on, real quick. Look at this real quick.
It seems like he's
hold on. Let's check this out.
Right away, like a certain other dude who's still stuck in South Korea. I mean, just looking at the guys before.
Dude, look at this, man. He has aged so much. Hold on, let's see if we can. Yeah, he's lost some weight. He's definitely, look at his eyes, dude. He's dead inside. He is definitely, this right here. This is a man that's seen some shit, and he's probably never ever gonna visit the Philippines again. He's probably never gonna visit Southeast Asia again. He's just gonna probably stay away from that whole part of the world. And yeah, man, he's just. This is a man's eyes. Look, he's completely dead inside. Completely. You know, there's just no. He's probably got nothing left to live for, dude.
Before and after here, it seems like he's learned his lesson. Because at the end of the day, we want people to learn from their mistakes. What if you want the full story of how he even got into this situation?
Oh, hold on. So Machiavelli came back. He says, and Tate was sucking off Clav, lol, and Clav already talked shit about him. Oh, dude, that was so cringe. Yeah, man. Well, that's the thing. I think Andrew Tate, his whole stock is down, dude. After that whole loss that he took against that one reality TV star, what's his face? Demore. He got demoralized, man. And yeah, dude, it's like now anything that Tate says, it just falls on deaf ears. It just doesn't have the same amount of weight to it. And people don't really take him seriously, man. They're like, dude, it's like your whole brand was being a winner. And now he's trying to kind of re-evaluate what losing means and stuff. He's like, no, it's better that I tried and lost than you know, not tried at all. I'm just like, wait a minute. That kind of goes against everything that you said before. So yeah, that's what's going on with Vitaly. He's getting deported to Russia. And I wanted to show you guys the comments here. So what people are saying, they're like, yeah, this dude's going straight to the front lines. Comrade, welcome home. Are you prepared to serve your country? So yeah, yeah, he yearns for the front lines. I mean, and that's the thing. You know, you look at his eyes, dude. He's ready. I think he's ready to die. I don't think there's anything he has to live for anymore. Dude stayed for almost a year, and he's already looking like he's served at least 5 years. And then homie is definitely getting drafted to fight in Ukraine. Dumbass is going to become a bullet sponge. So yeah, a lot of people are kind of having the same sentiment that he's going to basically be conscripted into the Russian army and be, you know, put on the front lines. So I thought that was wild. The next thing I want to talk about, I don't know, should we talk about girls selling themselves, or should we talk about modern women melting down? I think let's talk about the modern women melting down, because men no longer want them. I think this is a very, very funny video. But yeah, it's pretty good. Sneeko was trying... Okay, Machiavelli came back. He says, Sneeko was trying to justify his Daddy Tate's crypto scam. Really? You know, it's funny. Andrew Tate said that he would never do a crypto coin, because he says, crypto is a scam and stuff. And now he was pushing his Daddy coin, and he did like this whole little rug pull and stuff. And yeah, it's just kind of wild how, you know, he says one thing and then he turns around and does it. And yeah, I guess the people that follow him completely forgot what he said, but I'm just like, dude, like, just pay attention. Let's talk about modern women melting down because men no longer want them. I think this is pretty funny. Funny video, a little bit lighter tone here. This is by Araco Television. So he makes pretty good videos. Apparently, he did a segment on me. I believe Sonic Mindscape said that was actually how he discovered me, was through this guy's channel. So, and I've yet to find the video that has me, but he usually does like kind of an assortment of videos all together in most of his videos. So it could be any of those videos. So Machiavelli came back. He says, how about Quill Zeline video about the Goomba? Oh, I have not checked out Quill Zeline. I know that he was off of YouTube for a while and then he came back. But yeah, we can definitely check that out, dude. Absolutely. We have a lot of time tonight. So anything that you guys want to suggest, I'm totally down. So let me go ahead and skip this here.
Decided that... Okay,
so we're going to start listening to a bunch of women complain that they can't find, you know, a man. And they bought into the whole feminism, you know, strong independent woman, don't need no man. I got my own car, got my own career, got my own house. And now they're realizing that, oh, this feels empty. You know, I wish I had a man. you know, to be here, to share this life with, and it just feels empty. And I'm like, yeah, well, you know, the problem is, like, when a woman puts down roots and, you know, gets a house and a car and stuff like that, like, no man wants to move into that situation, because that is a situation that a man does not have leverage, okay? Anytime the woman has a problem with you, she can just kick you out of her house, you know? So it's like, it's not a good situation to be in. You'd rather be in a situation where you get your place and she moves in with you, or, you know, maybe you guys get a place together, but never where it's the woman's house where she has the leverage. Because yeah, a woman can just kick you out at any moment, dude. So it's not a good situation. And then it also means if you have kids too, man, a woman can use your kids as leverage against you. And yeah, it's like, they don't care, man. It's all about their happiness. It's not about the family staying together and you know, a healthy environment for the kids to grow up. It's all about the woman's happiness. At least with some of these women, not all women, of course. Machiavelli came back. He says he said he's gonna fill stadiums and pump daddy coin because his fans started to turn again. Because they know he dropped their dream project. He dropped their dream project? I don't know about this. I haven't been keeping up with Andrew Tate. You know, ever since he took the L, I have not seen anything new that he's been doing. So this whole thing about the whole Avengers thing and, you know, anything, I've been completely out of the loop with it. So we'll try to see if we can touch on a little bit of that tonight. But yeah, let's see what this lady has to say about looking for a normal man. Let's see. Let's go back. There we go.
I'm no longer a lover girl. I am now a supervillain.
Ooh,
I
scary.
don't believe in love anymore. I have no hope in men. I used to think like, oh my God, no, not all men, not all men. Fuck that
Future cat
shit.
lady. Poor cats.
This is just a PSA that I could never be married to a man that sleeps in.
That's
crazy.
Why? Would it be such a bad thing if a gentleman actually got some rest?
I could never be married to a man that sleeps in and sleeps in longer than I do. And neither should you.
It tells you a lot about the type of person that would say that, because they apparently don't see their partner as a person that deserves to take time for themselves, because instead of sleeping in, as was in the descriptor of that video, they should be up building a shed at 7 a.m.
Building a shed at 7 a.m. Okay, so wow, that's crazy. I mean, what happens after the shed is built? I mean, is there another project that I have to do so I can't sleep? That's crazy. Machiavelli came back. He says, "I'll catch you in a bit, Camp." All right, sir. I'll see you in a bit, man.
I was about to say, you can tell by the eyes that she's slow. The lights are on, but no one's home.
If she's still fine in her 40s, that woman gonna be...
They said they were looking for Wendy Gone Wild in Miami. Dude, how old is this lady? She's got a full head of gray hair.
Fine forever.
What? It's embarrassing, man. It's someone's grandma trying to act like fucking Cardi B. Go knit a sweater or something. You ain't got to be doing all that.
Let me tell you something I've learned about being a woman in her 40s. We're savage.
Ooh, terrifying. Shiver me timbers.
Yikes. Okay, look at this woman's eyes, all right? Don't even pay attention to what she's saying. Look at the eyes, okay? This is definitely a woman that has, you know, she's had her heart broken. She's probably broken a bunch of hearts. She's probably seen a lot. She's probably been cheated on a lot. She's probably cheated on as well. And she's like, look, this is just a face of someone who is fed up. Look at this. Pay attention.
Question. Why are men 45, 50, 55, 60 dating 30-year-olds? What are you guys doing?
Avoiding you.
Explain this to us.
Avoiding the wall.
I mean, the answer is pretty simple, okay? We're just avoiding baggage. We're avoiding drama. You know, it's not hard. It's not a hard question, but it's a hard pill for a woman like that to swallow, is that why can't a man my age go after me? It's like, because we'd rather not have to deal with the same amount of stress, you know? A woman who is a little bit younger is going to not really have as much, you know, experience or a lot of drama going with them. I mean, they're going to have, of course, you know, every person's going to have some type of drama or something, you know, negative in their life possibly going on that, you know, but it's not going to be as much. It's probably going to be a little bit more manageable, but, you know, you get into your 40s and 50s and stuff. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have all sorts of problems, health issues, probably. You know, you probably are dealing with a divorce, maybe a widow, some type of depression, maybe be on prescription medication. You know, it's just, there's a lot of things that come with that. And, you know, some men just don't want to have to deal with that. It's as simple as that. It's not that complicated, but it just, for some reason, these women don't understand. Why won't a man just accept me for everything that I am? It's like, well, we don't have to, you know, that's the thing. Kokomani came back. He says, look at the eyes, so far apart from each other. I noticed that. But the thing is that the eyes looked angry. You know, that's the first thing that I clocked. And I was just like, dude, I mean, it's not something I would want to wake up to. No, sir.
Little piece of life advice from a bitch who's almost 50.
I'm here to tell you right now.
We don't care.
We don't care. Let me tell you.
We don't care.
I don't want to be a strong, independent woman. I don't want to be a strong, independent woman no more.
This is the cold realization right here. Okay, you realize that I've bought into this whole feminism propaganda. I don't need no man. All I need is my career. I need my dogs. I need my house. I need my car. And I got my degrees. So I'm the prize. Now you're 30 plus, possibly even 40, and you still have no children, no prospects, no whatsoever. And you're just sitting in an empty house, you know, and nobody's buying your drinks when you go out with the girls. And it's like, it's getting to the point now. It's like, what do you do? You know, is this it for you? It is. It's going to be like that for a lot of women because men don't have to accept this. You know, it's easy as that. Eos came back and says, oh, hold on. Kavos came back. Also, women aren't very accepting of men's flaws. No, dude, they want a perfect specimen. Now, what is a perfect specimen? That is 6 feet or higher. They got to have washboard abs. They got to have the best D game. They got to have. They got to be funny. They got to be sweet. They got to be caring. But they also got to be strong. They got to be masculine. They got to have, you know, they got to have money. They got to have a career. They got to have goals. They also have to, you know, support her goals. They're just like the list goes on and on and on. Whatever. But it's like you're never gonna find a man to fit into all of that. So it's like you got to kind of be a little bit more realistic, you know, make some concessions, you know, but women don't want to make concessions. They just want everything they want in one person, you know, and it's really sad. T and Toscos came back. Oh, no, sorry. Eos Campbell said scary eyes. Yeah, you saw it too. It's one of the things, once you see the scary eyes, it's hard to miss it. T and Toscos came back. He says, crazy eyes. Run away from it as fast as you can. Dude, and that's the thing, man. Only men with experience will understand this, that you gotta pick up on the red flags, and the red flags are very apparent. Like a woman doesn't even have to speak. You can just look and see her eyes, you know? And that's, I mean, you can tell if a person is soft or if they're just been hardened from life. And, you know, it's true. Stress, it hardens women. You know, and going through a lot, you know, dealing with a lot of stress and depression and stuff. Yeah, it hardens the soul, you know, where, you know, you got a woman that hasn't really had kind of like a soft life, you know, they're going to be a little bit more feminine, where a woman who's had a harder life, had to do everything on her own, she's going to be a lot more masculine because she's had to do. She's been in survival mode this whole time. And, you know, bringing a woman out of survival mode is very difficult because they feel like they still have to even fight. Even after, you know, even if you choose to take them on, they're going to still have that fight in them to like, no, I got it. You know, like, no, you know, like I can do this by myself. You know, I can take you or leave you. I don't need you. I just want you. And it's just like, it's crazy, man. It's wild. So Cabos came back. He says, what do you think about that Florida governor planning on taxing OF creators? I saw this. I'm so glad you brought this up. I think, who was that one girl that made like 4 million in a month? I can't remember her name, but I remember she had a huge problem with it. I think she did like a little, a stitched video with that. And I think it's great. I mean, I think you can't you gotta be taxed on the money you make and stuff like that. I don't know if they were already taxed on it, but I think that's great. I think the money is going towards like programs and stuff, for like education and all that stuff. I think that's great. It's great. It means that, and I think if you guys know who the girl was, the one that made $4 million in a month, I can't remember her name, but her whole stance was that, yeah, we're making this money for our families and stuff like that. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? You're living in this like mansion house. You got like these crazy cars, whatever. You're just going out and buying bags and everything. Sophie Rain, thank you, Cabos. It was I remember watching that. I think it's great. I'm all for it. I mean, OnlyFans is already kind of like. I think it's only like a 1% anyway that make like crazy money, and like the majority of women that are on OnlyFans, they do like $150 to $175 a month. Like it's really bad, but the perception is that you can make a crazy amount of money. Eos came back and says, I'm going to leave. Bye. Have a good night. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. But yeah, so I do believe we are going to be talking about that whole governor planning the taxing OF creators. I think that is on the next video that we're going to be talking about, where women are selling themselves. I think that's in that video. So I'm glad you brought it up. We are talking about that tonight. So
No more!
I am so sick of being told how strong I am because I'm not strong and I don't want to be strong.
Well, women have told you you're strong, not men. Women have told you you're strong. Women will always give you this false hope that, no, you can do it. You don't need a man. Keep going. Keep going. Women will keep other women single. That is true. That is a truism. Okay. That's a complete fact.
This whole I'm a strong, independent black woman and I don't need no man, I'm f***ing done with it. I don't want to work.
Yeah, but you're past the prime though. You're past the, it's too late. You can't say this stuff and think that, okay, so now that you changed your mind, now the men are going to start flooding in and stuff like that. No, dude, it's like, you waited too long. You enjoyed your time too long in the sun, and now you're a little crispy, and it's like, we don't really want to deal with that anymore, man. I don't know. Something about a woman that it's like, I could take you or leave you. It's like, okay, we're just going to swerve around that. That's just a whole world of problems that we just can choose to not deal with.
Okay, I don't want to be Miss Independent. I don't want to be a boss babe. I don't want to have a business. I don't want to have a career. I don't want a job. I want nothing. I'm tired.
INDEP. Like, no, I don't want to do that anymore. Okay.
Why do you think they don't want to do it anymore? Because they're not getting the results they wanted. They thought that they'd be able to find a man to basically match them, someone to meet them at their level, and they're not finding men at their level. So now they're like, oh, now it's like there's no options, and the women that have less than them are getting paired off, and all of their friends in their friend group are getting married and settling down and stuff like that, or they're all a bunch of single ladies going out to the restaurants and just a herd of them, and they got no man, and they're all having to pay for each other, and it's not good. A lot of these women are shacking up together because it's too expensive to live on your own. And yeah, it's just like, and that's the world. The world is not set up for single people. It's like, you got to get your act together and, you suck up your pride and not like think that, oh, I can do this all on my own. It's like, yeah, that's good aspirations to have. But, you got to understand that, you're not going to want to do it all alone. You're going to want to have something of a legacy, maybe even start and settle down and have a family and stuff, but you can't have that if you've been going hard for as long as you have.
ELPME me, like,
help
no,
me.
Give me the soft life. Come help me, come save me, come, because I'm tired of this. I'm tired.
Swear if I could go back in time and tell the woman that stood up for our right to work.
Shut the fuck up.
I fell for the boss, I could do everything by myself, that hyper independent bullshit.
I don't want to be a hardworking woman. I don't know who signed us up to be independent and hardworking, but
it's the herd mentality. It's like one woman says to do it, They listen to the same music. They listen to Beyonce. They listen to Rihanna. They listen to Nicki Minaj. They listen to Cardi B. And they're just like, yeah, dude, it's like, this is the way to go. It's like, be like men and just treat men like they're disposable and just go out here and do your whole career and stuff. And yeah, get money. That's the most important thing, is getting money. And then you realize at the end of it, it's like, it's not fulfilling, you know, because money is like a fleeting thing. You get it, you lose it, you get it, you lose it. And it's like, that's it. You know, it's such an empty life, you know, when your life is just about material stuff, you know, because you're not having any memories. Yeah, you might have like some good memories on the journey of like earning stuff, whatever, and being able to like take trips and everything and stuff. But then like when you don't have a person to share that with, it's kind of sad, you know. It's like, oh, you did all this stuff on your own. It's like, yeah, I guess it was a nice little experience for yourself, but I mean, I think it would have been nicer if you had someone to share that with.
I can have it. I don't want to be an independent woman no more, okay? I'm tired.
Am I good at being independent? Yes.
Independent of who, though? I mean, I hate to sound like Myron, but it's true. It's like you're being independent of men. You know, it's like, I don't know. I think women need that balance in their life. You know, it's like you get around your sisters and stuff like that. Like, that's fine for a short period of time. But I think you definitely need like that balance of a man. And men also need balance of women in their lives, too. You know, it's like you could be around your boys and stuff, and that's fine. But I think, you know, if you want to have that balance in your life, I think it's good to have, you know, a woman in your life, too.
Do I want to be?
Hell no.
No.
Tia Tosu Ghost came back. He says, misery loves company. Well, that's the thing, man. A lot of these women, they're, you know, it's like, okay, they've gotten to the point now where it's so bad, they got to go on TikTok and just cry on camera. That's when you know it's bad, because you got nobody to talk to because you've isolated yourself, and your friends don't understand you because they're all going through the same shit too. So it's like, it's the blind leading the blind. So it's like, what else can you do but try to seek validation online from strangers? You know?
31 now, and I still don't have kids. I still don't have a family. I legit woke up, realized that I've slayed all of my goals. I have my career, I have my house, I have the car, I have everything else. And I don't want it anymore.
I think we know at this point we're strong. We've got to be independent. Of course I can take care of myself. Now I want to be taken care of.
As often as I talk about how powerful women are, independent, strong, I don't want to be a powerful, independent woman.
And what I really want...
Yeah, you probably want to be happy, you know, and you realize that this whole life that you have carved out for yourself is not happy. You know, it actually has not turned out the way you want it. It's like, yeah, once you reach your goals in life and stuff, what's next? You know, it's like you're starting to see other women that might not be as rich as you, may not even have the same career as you, but they have kids, they have a family, they have, you know, they go on like family trips, they have all these pictures and stuff. Yeah, it's like this is stuff that you're missing out on. You know, you're not getting any younger. And shit, dude, once you reach your 40s, I mean, even after you reach 35, you get into like risky territory and stuff. You get into your 40s and stuff, it's like your eggs are pretty much all gone, dude. Like and yeah, people will say, oh no, women can still get pregnant at 40s and stuff. Yeah, but it's like, the percentage is real low. Okay. So, and it's not really ideal to have multiple kids. I mean, you're probably going to have maybe one if you're lucky, and then that's it. But it's like, who wants to have one child if you're going to have kids anyway? You want your child to have a playmate. You don't want to raise another single child or an only child, because I mean, that's a whole nother set of problems. I don't know, dude. It's just, to me, these women, they played the game too long. They held out for as long as they could. They try to, you know, find the best man. They held out for the best man. They realized that, you know, there's no more good men, man. There was no men that basically measure up to their standards.
At 32, and
you're
a
all
couple
getting
more months
cuts.
I'm 33, I realized that my priorities are changing. And now I want to be a housewife.
Yeah, they all start to realize this. once they're past their best or they've been in the streets for ages. That's
Yeah.
the only time they start to realize it.
20s to 30s, that's like the prime age for women to be having children and stuff. And now that you're in, 32, some of them even 40, it's like, yeah, you can't get that time back, unfortunately, And now I guess the number of men that would take you seriously has shrunk. And now you just have a bunch of men that would just have sex with you. That's it, because men will pretty much, some men will have sex with anything, but then you got, as far as men that will take you seriously, yeah, the number's real low.
Once they start to think, oh shit, I'm not attracting the types of guys I used to attract anymore. I might not be able to get the guy I actually want. Panic button. Please save me, help me. I don't want to be independent anymore.
Never lower your standards for a man. Why should I lower my standards when I know exactly what I can get, what I need, and what I want? Should try.
Yeah, exactly what you need, what you want, and you know what? There's got to be a man out there to fit all those standards. I think we've already did that stream where we went with that one lady that had like 7 pillars of standards, and how none of us would fit into that because there were so many contradicting statements in her standards that there was no man that could fit into that. And I mean, she's not the only one. There's a lot of women that have 20 to 40, 50 standards that, if men don't rise up to the occasion, then it's a no-go. So it's their own trap they set for themselves.
To date a regular guy. Why would I do that? Be real. My standards are not too high. They're just my standards. And if you can't match them, then you're not for me.
I mean, I didn't think I was asking for too much, but like, I would love to have somebody that's like over 6 foot, dark skin, beard, no kids, house, own car. Good.
Whoa, hold on. We gotta go back. Hold on. Because I want everybody who's in the chat right now, all you guys, let me know when you don't meet her standard, okay? Let's go through it again.
Like, I would love to have somebody that's like over 6 foot.
Okay, I'm 6'5", so I passed the first one.
Dark skin.
I'm not dark skin. I'm medium. I'm not light skin. Well, I'm a little light, I guess, but I'm not dark skin. So that's first strike. Strike 1. Everybody gets 3 strikes.
Beard, no.
I don't have a beard. I'm half Asian. It's tough for me to grow a beard.
There we go.
No kids. That's 3 strikes for me. So on her 4th standard, I'm already out.
House.
Own house,
car, good
got my
credit.
car, good credit, yeah.
Washboard abs. Be able to pick
me up, abs, okay.
Fine as hell. Pretty smile, good hygiene, pretty
Good hygiene.
teeth.
Like
big
1%
wallet.
of the American
big wallet
population.
Also emotionally intelligent.
Well, emotionally intelligent, I don't know about that, because that's very subjective. Okay, that varies from woman to woman. Your degrees of emotional intelligence.
Educated.
Okay.
And loyal.
For a woman who's
I still
probably
have
none of
faith.
those
She's
things.
out there somewhere. I'm not gonna lower my standards, and I'm not gonna give up faith.
You're gonna end up alone.
You know what? It might, because we are moving into the future, guys. There might be a way where you can just go to a machine and just put all this stuff in, in terms of your standards and stuff, and then it will just give you, I guess, people that participate, the men that participate in this, their standards, and they'll tell you, hey, this is where this person is. Do you want to match up with them or whatever? And then they can go from there. But until that happens, dude, it's like, yeah, you're just out here fishing. You're fishing for the perfect man, and good luck with that, dude.
Okay. I don't want a struggle. I don't want a settle. I want amazing.
There's too many 2 out of 10s that think they're 10 out of 10s and deserve the top 1%, man. Look, I don't give a fuck if you think my standards are too high. You're never gonna get him.
I'm 30 and beginning to think that this whole dying alone thing isn't gonna be like a running joke. It's gonna be reality. It is so hard.
Well, dude, all jokes are based in reality. Come on now. Damn, dude, this woman looks tired. It's so hard sometimes watching many of your friends fall in love. Oh, dude, that's a story a lot of women know all too well.
Times watching so many of your friends fall in love and find their person and get pregnant, especially as I'm moving into my 30s. I feel like I'm watching everybody else live out their dream.
Moving into your 30s. You're not in your 30s already. God damn.
I've been wondering when my dream is gonna happen for me. I'm just someone out here who's trying to find someone. I just sometimes
You're not going to find them on TikTok crying, are you?
You aren't. No, that's not the way to do it. This is just gaining sympathy, possibly boosting their ego, having all these white knights in the chats and comments section or whatever be like, look, I'll take you on. You know, what's your Instagram?
the love I so desperately want to give and to receive is not meant for me.
I'm struggling. This is for all of the single ladies that are struggling between staying strong, being independent, and then also just wanting it.
I'm not gonna lie, don't tell the feminists, but I would rather stay home and cook and clean.
Here y'all are at 45, 50, talking about,
So the traditional lifestyle is creeping into these women's lives now that they're starting to get older and settle down. They're like, damn, dude, my mom and my grandma was right. It's crazy, you know? It's like I told them that times have changed and, you know, men aren't like how they used to be. But now I'm starting to seek back into this old school style of wanting to be a more traditional woman who stays at home and takes care of the house and takes care of the kids and cooks and cleans for her man. It's like, where was this mindset in your 20s, man? You were out here running buck wild.
where the good men at? They were back then, 20 years ago.
Yep.
You said he blamed.
Yeah.
You said he was boring.
I'm 40 and I'm single and I live in a van now, so it's probably gonna stay that way.
I'm 32 years
Damn.
old. That means I've hit
Tough.
the wall 2 years ago and my life has been amazing.
Build a website.
There you go. That's the delusion talking, you know? If you're living in your car, man, it's like, if any man was living like that, we'd call him a bum, all right? No questions asked. That's it.
Of course it is.
I'm 42, and that means half of my life is over.
If you're
I'm
lucky.
not okay being single. I don't want to be single, and I get depressed.
As a person who has been single, for me personally, my whole life.
I'm 53.
I love the way their solution to all being single is just to get on TikTok and basically moan about it.
It
attract
really is the collective hive mind. It's like, it's what they resort to because they don't, this is the cry for help. It's like, this is the best way to reach millions of people is just do a cry for help and just see who bites, who takes you, who sends you, you know, a DM, whatever, to meet up and stuff. And does it ever lead to anything? No, it's just going to be a hookup and that's it.
And isn't it?
I'm tired. I'm tired of doing it myself.
I get my feelings hurt. I don't want to be a hookup.
3 failed relationships.
Unfortunately, that's all you're good for after a certain age. I'm sorry to say it, but that is the truth, you know? Like, after a certain age, you know, you're only going to have these young guys that want to come around and just sleep with you. You know, they're just trying to get notches under the belt. They're trying to get experience and stuff. And they know that you're vulnerable, you know, and you're just looking for companionship and they're just looking for someone to lay up with.
To be a hookup. I don't want to be a hookup. You don't have to be a hookup. You choose to be one.
3 failed relationships since my marriage had ended.
You're the problem.
And I have really missed kind of having someone to talk to.
Currently, I don't date, and it's purely for the reason that I am exhausted.
Oh, that's the only reason.
Dude, you can see the tired eyes, and just, she's just been so hardened from life and the disappointment that she's given up, you know? And it's sad. It sucks.
Is it?
With all of these games, I'm done with men.
You look like
Why
you
is
should
it so
be.
hard to find your person?
God, am I lonely sometimes.
The wall
He broke
is
up with me and
undefeated.
He was like, I'm never going to be the guy who posts you on Instagram or who buys you flowers, which I thought was stupid.
This right here, this is an alpha widow. This is a woman that dated a man that was all about not posting her online, whatever. Probably wasn't, you know, he didn't say he cared about that kind of stuff. And then he moved on with another girl and then he posted her and stuff. And now, even though they've broken up, she is still yearning for this man, even though maybe she was the one who broke it up.
And then now I hear that he has a new girlfriend and they're traveling around Europe together and he posts her on Instagram. He refused to ever post me. Now a year later, he can date someone and like happily be posting her. Even though I don't even want him anymore, it's like the principle of things that makes him salty.
You don't want him anymore, but
It's wild. That's the trapped mindset that it's like I always hear from a lot of women. It's like, yeah, I don't want him, but I don't want him to be happy either. It's so weird and selfish, dude.
Talking about him on TikTok.
Dating in 2025 is
More crazy eyes, guys. Just look at them. You study them, okay? These eyes, you will not be able to, you'll be able to understand it as soon as you see it. These are crazy eyes.
so hard. The hardest part about it are the men.
Yeah, it's all the men's
I
fault.
said it. I dated a man for 9 months.
Don't look at
Yes,
yourself.
we lived in a neighboring city, 3 hours away. We saw each other weekly. We talked all the time.
All the
We
time.
did a lot of things together. We did some traveling together.
Crazy eyes.
And I find out the
See?
other day, he's married.
And you'll need a little blue pill to get it up. And your bald head.
Thank you.
Fire drinks.
Women.
I'm 42 and single and forever alone with no kids. And I am now grieving and giving eulogies for the things that I will not get to experience in my life. And I just need to say it out loud and grieve it.
A term that I keep hearing bandied
Yeah.
about on here is hitting the wall. Several men have.
What was it? Gabos came back. He says, Camp, how do you plan on helping your kids navigate dating when they get older? Dude, that's a great question, Cabos. Because I've actually thought about this already in terms of like my son and my daughter and stuff. My daughter is older. She's 8 years old. My son's only 2. So I got time, at least for my daughter. I got about, a couple years, I do want my daughter to at least look at me and my wife, her mom, as kind of like an example of what it should be, like you want someone that is willing to take care of you and someone who is willing to take you serious. And but that's the thing, dude. I think everybody's got to go through that heartbreak. It's like everybody's going to experience that first heartbreak. I think that's something that, I'm already kind of preparing myself for that conversation. I have to have it with my daughter first, which is very unfortunate because at least I think it's going to be a little bit easier with my son. But at least with my daughter, I'm going to say, look, there are going to be some guys that are just going to want to hit it and quit it. I don't even know how I'm going to phrase it to her that way, but yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be something tough. I might have to have my wife in the conversation as well to maybe give the female opinion, but I think it's something that, we definitely need to have a sit down and talk about it because I don't know. I don't know exactly how the whole dating landscape is going to be for them. I mean, it's already kind of messed up now where it's kind of everybody has a rap sheet on everybody. And I mean, I might tell her, just, hey, don't get on social media, don't have an online presence in terms of like an Instagram or whatever that's going to be out there in the next 5-10 years, just try to focus on yourself. And, if you are going to start dating, I think it's important that if you're serious about the person, bring them to meet us, because we understand that we can tell who would be a good person, who's not going to be a good person. It's going to be something that's going to, I think my wife as well, she's going to be able to kind of weed out the good ones and the bad ones and stuff. And, I don't know. It's going to be tough because I can already tell you that my daughter is probably going to put up a little bit of resistance, like most girls do. They're like, I love him or whatever, or, and like, you have no idea who he really is and stuff. And he's fixable and all this crazy shit, So we're going to have to be prepared for all of that and to say like, look, any person that you are going to try to be in a relationship with, we want you to bring them to us so that they can meet us. And I think that's going to be really important because it's all about respect in the end. And if the person has no respect enough to come and meet us and stuff, then yeah, he's probably not worth being in a relationship with, And I think the last thing you want is to keep a boyfriend secret, because I think that's where a lot of bad stuff can happen. You end up being pregnant and then we have to meet this guy and it's going to all start off on the wrong foot. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad you asked that question because it's something that I've been dreading. I'm just like trying to keep my daughter at 8 years old forever because it's just like I want to put off that as long as I can. But I got to get a gun. I just start polishing it whenever, the guy comes over, and I can just be like, look, man, this, if you're going to be dating my daughter, we're going to have to sit down and we're going to have a long chat, and, what are your intentions? What are your goals? All this stuff. Have that whole conversation. So, Teen Toast with Ghost came back. He says, I hope son stays away from as long as possible. My daughter too stays away as long as possible. Oh, you hope your son stays away from dating as long as possible? I mean, thing is, man, you don't want another Nick Fuentes, all right? Because at least with boys, guys that grow up, and they don't have like that normal like male to female type relationship. It gets a little incel-y, and I'm not trying to raise an incel, but I don't know. I think I'm going to be a little bit easier on my son in terms of, having the talk with him. I think that's going to go a little bit easier than with my daughter, but I just think that, yeah, man, I honestly, I don't know how to prepare for what's out there, for how the actual landscape is and what people's values are. You can't really plan for that. You can only hope that you will have parents that are traditional, that were going to raise their children traditional, and hopefully, I don't know, maybe we might just do some setting up in church or something like that and see if we can find a nice person in church. Because, the thing is, at least with my son, I think it would be a good thing to find a woman that has, strong family values. It would be nice to have the mom and the dad in her life, and maybe even a religion to kind of give her that little buffer from any type of craziness. But the thing is, man, we'll have to have the talk, but ultimately, man, they're going to grow up and be adults themselves and make their own decisions. And we can only hope that we can leave a good influence on them. So that's all we can really hope for as parents, really. But let's see. So Kabas came back. He says, yeah, I only asked because I see how awful dating is today. I can't imagine how bad it will be in the next couple of years. Yeah, dude, you know what? It's I watched a video and it was talking about how it was a comedian. He was talking about how men that go a long time without sex, they build sex robots. And when they build sex robots, they don't just build, the hoo-ha. They build the whole thing. They build the eyes, the hair, they put clothes on it and stuff like that. They put it on its couch and they have a whole relationship with it. Whereas women are completely different. They've been living with sex robots, but they're just like, they just have, their dildos and stuff. And it's like, they just want the dick and stuff. It was a really funny comedian, whatever, was talking about that. But it's funny how like, values between men and women are completely different in terms of like satisfying themselves sexually, whereas men, we're seeking, companionship and all that other stuff like that. And if it doesn't happen in a human woman, then men are willing to go to sex robots and have relationships like that, whereas women are like, yeah, I don't need an actual man, I just need this vibrator and all that stuff. And it's really, really wild. It was really funny comedian, really funny stand-up, but it's just something that I just thought about just now. But yeah, dude, next couple of years, dude, who can say, man? It's already kind of wild now. Everybody's just on the dating apps and stuff. Nobody's meeting and like normal meetups anymore. It's just, I don't know, man. I think it's like you got to go to like a small town, or like maybe even like the Amish town or something like that, where nobody has social media and you can actually sit down and have a conversation and stuff. It's like old school style, I don't know. I think that would be ideal, but unfortunately that's not going to be reality for a lot of people, especially not our kids, because we all live in the city and stuff. So it's going to be tough, man. But I think the only thing we can do is tell the story that me and my wife had and stuff, and tell it to our kids and just let them know that, you don't, the more you force something to happen, like these women here that are, trying to force themselves in a relationship, the more you persist for something, the more you push it away, and you're only going to you're going to open yourself up for people that just want to take advantage of you, so you definitely want to have some discernment. You want to make sure that you have standards. You don't want to go for some bad boy or whatever that is like, in and out of jail, you know, a bunch of tattoos, and maybe even has like some weird fetishes and stuff like that. And like, you definitely don't want to go for that. But you definitely want to, I don't know. It's like, if the person is willing to sit down and talk to us, I think we could be a good filter for our children and for our, you know, my daughter and for my son and stuff like that. I think the same standard will be for my son too. It's like, if you really like a girl, I want you to bring her over so we can meet her, you know? That's if you're serious and stuff. I don't know. It's gonna be a completely different talk with my son than with my daughter. Unfortunately, that's just the way of the world, but that's how it's gonna be. Teen Toast Ghost says, yes, and I have 3 sons. Do you? Oh, okay, yeah. So, yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. At least with boys, you know, you definitely want them to get out there and not be afraid. You know, because I think the worst thing a woman can say is no. And one thing that a man must deal with in his life is rejection, so he can learn to deal with that, cope with that, and come back stronger, you know?
Said that I have hit the wall.
A little while ago.
30 years old.
It's been a while.
I'm unemployed. I am living off the very end of my savings.
You know, if that was a man, they'd call him a loser.
Absolutely. But the thing is, when it's a woman, we just try to save her, right? You know, we see this, and you know, I think it's inherent in a lot of men to see a woman that's like this, that is, you know, she's out here struggling, you know, she doesn't have a man, she doesn't have any kids, and she probably even moved away from her family, and she's just out here struggling. And you know, it's like some men will be like, oh, there's a woman that's a damsel in distress, let me come to save her, let me be Captain Save-A-Ho.
I don't really see the difference with you, to be honest, apart from you look like you're happy.
I often do videos talking about the fact that I'm 39, single and happy. The worst thing about being single is done.
Okay, a little bit of what's it called, suspense. What do you guys think is the worst thing about being single as a woman? What do you think it is? I'm willing to guess.
Finances.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it was gonna be money. You know why? Because it's like, I said it before, the world is not set up for single people. Okay, rent is going up. You know, you probably have a college debt, you know, that you got to pay. I know you guys have seen people posting those profiles, and I'm not on dating sites, but just I'll see it on like TikTok and stuff. It will show a woman that will post like all of her bills that she has for like the guy that she's seeking. She's like, look, I have 3 kids. My rent is like $7,000 a month or whatever. I have a car payment, I have a light bill, all this stuff, you know, and then like, if you can pay all this stuff, then maybe we can talk. And I'm just like, dude, this is wild. It's like, you're just posting your bills now. You're like, I need somebody to cover my bills, man. I can't do this on my own.
Would go on about how happy they are being 39 and single. Usually are just not happy.
SOS, I need a man. Like literally right now, I need a man. I bought a house by myself, which is really, really cool. So fucking proud of myself.
But now I've got no
the part
money
that
left.
nobody tells you about buying a house while you're a single woman is that now I get to maintain a house by myself.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
You're an adult, well done.
Curious. Anyone else in my shoes where you're in your 40s?
I mean, like I said before, guys, okay, you meet a girl that has her own house. That's not an ideal situation for you, okay? That doesn't mean that you can just move into her house, because what are you doing? You're moving into her frame, and at any time, any moment that she wants to have a little mood swing, you're out of the house. You're not on the couch. You get the hell out of my house, because she can say that. So that is not an ideal situation for you. Do not take that on.
I'm 43. You're single for the first time ever since you were like a teenager. I've been single for 7 months, which is the longest I've ever been single in my life. I've always jumped from relationship to relationship.
Yeah, man, that's
She
crazy.
belongs to the streets.
Exactly.
I'm going on high school.
Unfortunately, I hate to say it, man. It's sex only now for her. You know, a lot of guys are going to want to take her on and just want to have her for sex, and that's it, unfortunately. Nobody's going to take her seriously. 43? That means no legacy. That means no children. And she probably doesn't want children either. She's probably gotten to the point where she's just so used to it all being about herself that she's just grown to be selfish and not wanting to have children. Now, a man that already has children, maybe that might work, you know, but a man that wants to have children that doesn't have any children is definitely not going to want to take her on.
Dream date today.
Don't think you need to do that, do you?
That's when you know you've
All my life, I've always jumped from relationship to relationship.
Yeah, man, that's
She
crazy.
belongs to the streets.
Exactly.
I'm going on an ice cream date today.
Don't think you need to do that, do you?
That's when you know you've hit absolutely rock bottom. Like, I'm going on a fucking ice cream date today. I'm sorry, what?
Maybe you just saw the picture and he thought, she looks like she likes ice cream.
I'm 29 years old.
Damn.
I don't need to be having ice cream.
That's a teenager date. That's a 19-year-old asking you out. Hey, let's go get some ice cream. That's what would you call a low risk, possibly high reward type situation, but it's probably not going to work out too well.
And something that I quickly had to learn while dating at my 30s is that 30 or plus year old men would much rather date women that are on their
Not past their prime. Exactly. Well done. You get it. Finally.
Hey, men, do you want to know?
It's funny. It's like women, they have this complaint that men want to date younger women, but women want to date older men. So it's like they don't understand. They don't see the inverse in how they're feeding into that, But now that they're older, they can't find older men that they want to be with. It's like, as a 40-year-old woman, they don't want to be with a 60 or 70-year-old man that would totally take them on, because a 40-year-old woman to a 70-year-old man is just like, that's great, but they're like, no, they can't do anything with a 70-year-old man, unless they just want to wait for him to die.
How to get with women? Always give to her, never take from her. That's it.
Coming from a cat lady near you.
I do not accept a coffee or a walk as a possible.
Oh, so this woman right here, this is a woman that I was like, okay, remember when we talked about this, and Sonic was talking about how he wanted to do kind of like, he didn't want to take a woman out to a restaurant. He maybe wanted to go for like a walk, or maybe even like or something that's like low risk, like go for a walk in the park or something. And then I was like, well, what if you're going for a walk and she gets thirsty? She's like, oh, can we go get like something to drink? Maybe like an iced tea or maybe a lemonade. And he's just like, well, I mean, we can go, but she's going to have to pay for it and stuff. And I was like, well, you're already screwed there. Sonic, I don't know if you're listening, but I saw this. This is a woman that is not going to accept a coffee or a walk date for an option. I saw this. I immediately thought about you. So let's go back to the beginning here. Okay, let's play it again.
That's it.
Coming from a cat lady near you.
I do not accept a coffee or a walk as a possible date option, and neither should you. First of all, I'm not a dog that needs to be walked. Second, I have an espresso machine at home, works fabulous. We're not doing drinks either. You're gonna try to get me drunk and take me back home. No.
Speaking from experience.
I'm incredible.
Yeah, she's definitely been on a coffee date and accepted one, and it turned into something, kind of a fling or whatever. And maybe she wanted something more out of it, but then the guy was just like, yeah, I'm meeting somebody else. I'm going to need you to kind of skedaddle.
To be happy, because I just don't want to settle. I know the kind of relationship that I want, and so I'm willing to hold out for that relationship.
That wall hits you, ladies, it's going to hit hard, and it's going to hurt, and you're going to be bitter.
Do you ever realize how alone you really fucking are? And it fucking sucks. I'm tired of being depressed.
You're a drama queen, doing it all on camera. If you were that upset and depressed, you wouldn't film yourself in your car.
I'm a single woman in her 40s. Go.
Crazy eyes. Immediate, okay? Immediately crazy eyes. This is scary. This is real scary. Could you imagine this woman? Hold on. Maybe, I don't know if I can. I'm going to blow this up so you guys can see this. Crazy eyes, okay? Imagine this coming down your hallway. Like, shit. Where have you been all night? This is crazy.
Looking for love? No. I'm gonna need Mr. Right to teleport into my living room.
Yeah, not gonna happen.
Use this
I'll
one
fucking run if I saw
affirmation to
you.
become rich in 2023. Promise you. I get paid to exist. I get paid to exist.
It's crazy, man. You can't go from a reality of being paid to exist to being a relationship that's actually fulfilling.
I'm 40 years old and a little chubby.
I've been single for 4 years. Men don't want to date me. Am I unattractive?
Tattoos could possibly be a little bit of a turnoff for some guys. Some guys don't care about tattoos. You know, if they're tasteful, you know, if they're hidden, if they're small. But these are big tattoos, okay? And you know, she's a little chubby. Some guys don't really mind this degree of chubbiness. I mean, it could be a whole lot worse, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think attitude has a lot to do with it too. So sometimes men are willing to look past the physical if it's not that bad, but when it comes to the actual like attitude and all that stuff, that does kind of bring you the rest of the way.
Yes! Never officially been on a date with.
So I just got played by the third guy in a row. The first one was 41 years old. The second one was 30. And this last one was 32.
Damn.
It's like, I'm gonna go for the older guys. They're not as big of assholes. Well, I'm 0 for 3 on that theory, so...
Damn, that sucks, man. That's the thing. It's like women don't realize the type of men that they attract. You know, it's like if you're always going for the same type of guy, yeah, you're going to be disappointed, man, because they're all going to behave the same. Shout out to Araco TV. I thought that was it was funny. I mean, I know it's not really funny to laugh at other people, but that's kind of what we do over here. And but a lot of this stuff was brought on by themselves. You know, a lot of these women, you know, they held out for as long as they could. You know, they played the game and they tried to play it for as long as they could, and they ended up screwing themselves over. You know, now they're 35, 40, no kids, no family, no prospects, and no possibility of settling down, you know, and now they got to figure out how can they afford their life without that person there to kind of take up the other half of it. So this actually leads into the next video. The next video we're going to talk about is women selling themselves. Okay, this is going to be kind of like the result of this whole situation. You know, after a woman gets to this point where all men are trash, you know, all men want is sex and stuff like that. I'm still young, I'm still hot. I might as well make money, you know, selling my body because these men out here aren't shit. So let me just go ahead and get money while I'm still hot. This is a position a lot of women are taking, and you know, they're seeing successful women like Sophie Rain and a couple others make millions of dollars a month, and they're like, oh, you know, there's all this free money out there. Maybe I have a shot at it too. This is a lie. Okay. This video is going to expose that. And let's jump right into it. This video is by Stephanie Lang. This is the first time we've had her on the channel. Let's see what she has to say here.
Is happening to the girls. Something strange. Let's play a little spot the difference. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? These are all girls. All females. Nothing.
So you got women, you know, you got modern women on the right, and you got women on the left that, you know, I guess our fathers and grandfathers dealt with, you know, a little bit more conservative, covered up, you know, and the thing is, the women on the left, something about being covered up and, you know, having a lot more mystery in terms of like, you know, intrigue about themselves, it goes up. Whereas, you know, women on the right, they're showing a lot of skin, they're showing off their bodies and stuff. And it's like at a certain point, it's like you don't really have anything left to the imagination.
Nothing has changed in our biology as far as I'm aware, and yet females as a whole are mutating. Not that long ago, this was the average woman. When she presented herself to the outside world, she ensured that she was fully clothed, modestly dressed, flattering makeup. Self-respect was the currency of the time. And this was considered overtly sexy. And yet, she's still fully clothed, rather demure by our current day standards, not a hint of butt cheek or fanny flap in sight. And now, this is what we're expected to think is normal for our girls. Boobs out, bums out, wearing less clothes than some people's dogs, who, by the way, are already wearing fur coats.
It's crazy the people that put clothes on dogs, man. It's like, come on, dude. These aren't your little children.
Dogs are more modest than us. And I'm genuinely sat here asking the question, how did we go from this to this in just a few short decades? Where did it all go so wrong or so right? depending on your perspective. Where once girls were encouraged to be pious and self-respecting, and even showing your ankles was risque, we're now being encouraged to degrade ourselves, do anything and everything in order to appeal to the male gaze. And nothing is too far and nothing is off limits.
I'm trying to be the first person to be with 1,000 guys in 24 hours.
What was once seen as humiliating and a lack of self-respect is now seen as normal. From pop stars twerking on stage and prancing around in loincloths.
Think about all of the female entertainers, like singers and stuff like that. They always go through this cycle. First, they'll start off all wholesome, you know, like Britney Spears when she started off, and, you know, she was like this schoolgirl, and then she started getting more and more risque the more like live performances she did. And now you look at Britney Spears now, and she's damn crazy, freaking, you know, throwing around knives, dancing around, and just she's batshit crazy now, buzzing all her hair off and stuff. And, you know, even today with like these new pop stars and stuff, it's like, yeah, it's like they have to sexualize themselves in order to get any type of traction, because in the beginning, what was her name? What was her name now? Sabrina Carpenter. You know, she's like this sexually liberated singer, and she has like that risque CD album cover where, you know, she's like on her knees and the guy's like gripping her hair and stuff like that, like she's about to get down to business. And, you know, she did this interview where she's just like, yeah, I'm like this sexually liberated female and stuff, and I'm just trying to empower women. And it's like, well, is that the right message though? Was that the original intent that you wanted to do, or do you understand that sex sells, and that's how, you know, you're gonna get fans regardless, and you're gonna teach these young girls that, you know, this is how you become successful. You gotta sexualize yourself.
And unitards like it's their collective uniform, to the hordes of women joining OnlyFans in the hope of making it big. The girls are selling themselves, and we need to ask why. How have we, as powerful women...
For money. It's easy. Like, they just want money because they're like, look, they don't need to be in a relationship. They don't need a man because they can take care of themselves. It's still the modern feminist ideal of going out and conquering the world and doing it by any means necessary. And, you know, the easiest way to do it, basically short-term success but long-term problems, is joining OF.
With brains and beauty and the ability to literally create brand new human beings from scratch without even technically knowing how to do it, being demoted to little more than props for men. I have spent an obscenely long...
And this is not just, you know, women straight out of high school. These are women that were possibly in the medical field, you know, maybe even lawyers and stuff, and they realize, oh, you know, like I did OF and I made more money in a month than I did in a whole year, and now I'm just like, dude, I don't need this degree. I wasted all this time studying, you know, to be a lawyer, or, you know, trying to be in the medical field. It's like, why do that when I can just show a little ass and make more money than I ever dreamed of? It just seems like they're not taking in the long-term effects of, you know, the consequences that are basically going to come of this. You know, and that's just basically, you're going to be forever alone with all your money, you know? Yeah, you're going to have all this money, but you're still going to want a man to kind of meet you at least at your level, or 1.5 more than what you make. And you're going to realize that there's no men out here that are going to be making that type of money that at least that you want.
Time researching and working on this video, and I create it knowing full well that the YouTube overlords will not like it, will likely wipe it from your algorithm like it never existed. So please, in the limited time that this video is live, watch it, like it, before the YouTube gods take it down. Does this give anyone else a strange feeling? Like something really weird is happening to the female population, and it's not a good weird. Like we're heading down this really slippery slope, and if we don't hit the
It's the hive mind, okay? It's like one woman sees something and they all imitate the other, because I don't know what it is. It's like on Twitch. Remember when hot tubs were a thing and like everybody was doing the hot tub streams? It's like a hive mind, you know? It's like everybody, they see what works and they're like, okay, I see this person has 1 million followers. Let me just do exactly what they're doing, and maybe I can leech off of their success as well. And that's all it is, man. It's attention and validation, and which all translates into money.
Pause button pretty damn soon, we're gonna hit the bottom with a crash. Now, I'm not conservative. One look at my Instagram will tell you that much. I love feeling sexy.
Oh, so she's just as bad. It's like, it's funny how like she has the, I guess, the self-awareness of the path that women are going down, but she's also taking that path as well.
I wear whatever I want, I do whatever I want. I am all for female empowerment.
She doesn't have a man, obviously.
This is not feeling like female empowerment to me. This feels like female enslavement, where once it was the women who were living a life of poverty who were forced to sell themselves, dress in rags that barely preserved their modesty, or do things that they would never willingly choose to do in order to stay alive. Sex work was usually an act of desperation. Sell yourself or die. Now, it's not just the girls who are struggling financially who are being forced to sell their bodies. It's starting at the top. The women who earn more in one day than most of their fellow females will see in a lifetime. Successful women who, by all accounts, shouldn't ever feel the necessity to sell themselves in exchange for money are in actual fact doing just that. The commodification of girls' bodies isn't starting at the bottom, it's starting at the top. Look at the musical icons of our current generation. Girls like Taylor Swift, Sabrina Carpenter, Miley Cyrus, Ariana Grande all started out their careers squeaky clean. Some were Disney stars, some were focusing on their acting and dancing, writing sweet songs about the boy next door.
This is what I was talking about. They always start off all like sweet and innocent and stuff, and then they get put through the Hollywood machine. You know, they start doing drugs, they start, you know, hanging around with the wrong crowd, and then they get these producers, these scumbag producers that tell them, hey, you know, how about we go in a different direction in this album? How we make it a little bit more risque, a little bit more adult, a little bit more sexy, and let's just see if we can corner the market here. And they listen to them because they think that they're right. You know, they've been doing this for a long time, and then they just end up churning out the exact same thing. You know, it's really wild. Cabos came back. He says, I know you only reacted to Matan Evan once, but did you see him interview Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips? It was pretty funny. I didn't see that. I haven't really kept up with Matan since the whole Fresh and Fit episode. But, you know, we can definitely check that out.
Or having fun with their friends. In theory, this kind of music should be a hit.
Oh, I did see, I don't know if it was Bonnie Blue? I don't think it was Bonnie Blue. I think it was Lily Phillips. I did see a small clip of him at the table, and I think it was Lily Phillips, whatever. I think she was like trying to like slap his hand or like maybe touch his hand or something like that. And then something where she's like, oh, you don't want to get syphilis or something like that. I don't know if that was Lily Phillips or Bonnie Blue. It would have been either one of them. And I saw that little clip, but I didn't actually like watch the whole thing. I think I saw that on Reddit somewhere though.
Hit with the girls, right? I mean, we all have friends. We've all been in love. We can relate. Throw in some catchy tunes and some duplicable dance moves. It's a recipe for success.
Yes, I mean no!
Sure, they all started like this and then realized they were getting precisely nowhere with that approach.
It's true. Sex sells, all right? So you're not going to get anywhere being squeaky clean. Yeah, you're going to garner like a child audience, whatever, but if you're going to try to appeal to the masses, you're going to have to, unfortunately, kind of do what works. And unfortunately, that's going to be the whole sex angle. You know, you're going to need to become a sex symbol. And yeah, that's it.
Fell further and further into the seedy depths of the music industry and became what you see now. Manufactured, highly sexualized pop stars that are more like strippers than musicians. If I seem bothered, it's because I am. I am not nonchalant. I am not unbothered. I went to music college. I wanted to be in that industry. But my favorite genre is rock, which is mostly dominated by fully clothed males who are praised for their lyrical genius and riveting guitar riffs like every musician should be, right? And yet, when it comes to the female musicians, whose, let's be real, demographic is largely other women, are expected to dress in as little clothing as is legally possible, whilst gyrating on stage, miming into a microphone because they can't possibly sing and dance like this at the same time, and humping.
Yeah, so, I mean, you want to be a female rock star? There's only like a few of those. I can't really think of any off the top of my head, but like mainly women are gonna like filter into like pop, R&B, and like rap, if anything. So it just doesn't really seem like rock would be something, unless you're part of like a group, you know, like I don't know, like Paramore or Evanescence and stuff like that, you know. But I don't know, man. I think being like a solo act, I don't know if that is really a thing. I can't really think of too many women that have done that.
Blow up fingers. For who? Not me. Is this what other girls want to see? These performances, if you can even call them that, are for the male gaze. It's not new, but it is getting worse. Britney Spears in the 90s, I mean, she had all us little girls dressing and dancing in ways that no little girl should be dressing or dancing. Before her, we had Madonna, who by all accounts was a trailblazer.
Madonna was like the original, man. And that's the thing. We remember when Madonna was, you know, when she was fully clothed, and until she kept reinventing her image and stuff. And she went through a lot of different, like, she had a lot of sexy videos and stuff. And then, yeah, she just kept reinventing herself. And yeah, she was, she was definitely an influence for a lot of young girls, especially in the, early 90s till, you know, early 2000s.
In the act of self-reinvention, but always with a common theme: sex. Because as we all know, sex sells. But as Madonna discovered, sex only sells for so long. And then
that's right. Every woman has a time clock, and you got to strike while the iron's hot, you know, because especially in the music industry, they'll chew you up, spit you out, and they're already on to the next one. And I can only imagine how OnlyFans is. OnlyFans, at least you have a little bit of longevity because it's on-demand video, photographs, and stuff like that. So that can at least keep you running for a while and stuff. But yeah, I think the same thing. You're still going to run through that meat grinder, and there's an expiration date on everything.
instead of being young and hot, you become sad and desperate. And you find yourself having to rely on things like actual talent and performance skills. And if you've been coasting along on the wave of sex sells, you're going to be screwed. Now we have the likes of Chloe Bailey, Madison Beer, Tate McRae, Olivia Rodrigo, Addison Rae. When I was doing the research for this video, I got so creeped out. I was like, this is like seeing the same girl in slightly different versions over and over and over again. They're like clones.
You can't really tell them apart. You know, they're all just strippers, but you know, they're under the guise that, oh no, we're pop stars. So Cheetos with Ghost came back. He says pop music too, camp. That's what I said. I was like, women are usually going to filter into pop music. They're going to maybe go into like rap music and R&B, but that's about it. You know, pop music, most definitely. I mean, that's going to be the most popular one, I think, to jump into. But yeah, as far as like a rock star, I don't really see a lot of solo acts in terms of rock music too much. I don't know.
And honestly, it's kind of embarrassing at this point. And I'm not saying this because I'm cranky or judging the girls themselves. I know it probably sounds like that, but that's not what this is. These girls are just products of their environment. They likely don't get much of a say in the matter. It's their bosses, the big boys at the top, who I take umbrage with. Look at Sabrina Carpenter's recent album.
This was the album I was talking about. She's just really ready to get down to business, and this is her album cover. I mean, I don't know if this reflects the music, you know, I don't know. I don't listen to her music, but I can tell you that without even hearing her music, you can kind of already see what type of time she's on, you know, like this is the modern woman right here. She's playing to, you know, young girls that, hey, it's okay. It's okay to, you know, put yourself out there like this because you're going to become successful like myself. So, I mean, what is a young girl going to see? And, you know, she's going to be like, okay, maybe I can do this too. And I can, you know, blow up just like Sabrina Carpenter.
Album cover. She's on her knees being grabbed by the hair by a man. It's a little bit degrading. And I know the idea is to shock people and therefore generate more album sales and more attention and more fame and money. But it's just not really that shocking anymore. It's getting a bit old. And what's even stranger to me is that girls like Hailey Bieber and Kylie Jenner, billionaires in their own right, successful enough that they never need to work another single day for the rest of their lives, are selling themselves.
Cookmania came back. He says, wasn't Sabrina Carpenter a Disney Channel star? Dude, I think they all were, man. I mean, you got Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera. I mean, a lot of them, they all started on Disney, and then they just slowly morphed into these, like, strippers. You know, so I wouldn't be surprised. I do believe Sabrina Carpenter starting off as Disney. You might be absolutely right about that.
Half nude, suggestive poses for what? Not their female fans. I mean, if you have a flick through the comments under these pictures, you'll see pretty quickly that the girls are confused. They're bored. What exactly are you selling, Hailey? Oh wow, she's naked again. This is so sad. Get dressed, woman. Why is she naked all the time? Good question. Perhaps it's for validation? Perhaps it's to sell more road products? Although why other females would want to purchase more road products?
Dude, I didn't even know there was a product on this picture until I looked at the pillow. Okay? It doesn't help that the pillow is black and then the text is black on top of the pillow. I mean, you're completely distracted by the woman on top here. But what is Rode? Does anybody know? I don't know. Is it a pillow? I don't know.
Just because Hailey Bieber was posing half nude? It's perplexing. Is it for the male gaze? I mean, Hailey Bieber is literally married. Kylie Jenner's in a long-term relationship, which begs the question, why is every single woman in the public eye expected?
That makes the men the simps though, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it might be different in the entertainment industry. They can separate a woman posing like half nude in an ad to try to sell a product. They can separate that from them being a whore selling their body online. Maybe that's just the next level. Once you become in the entertainment level, industry, you have to be okay with your woman showing her body, possibly kissing other models and stuff like that. Like it's just work, okay? It's not, they're not cheating on me or whatever, and they're not, getting validation from, they are getting validation from other men, but they're not doing it with that intention. They're just trying to sell products, That's what you got to tell yourself at night so you don't off yourself. Road is something you drive on. No, it's not road. It's RHOD. Okay, I don't know what it is. I don't have time to look it up. You tell me what it is. Okay, I know what the road is, but this is RHOD, like Rhode Island, I guess, but drop the E.
To sexualize herself, sell herself, commodify herself and her body as the product.
I just find it mind-blowing.
But let's pull it back for a second. Using sex to sell is nothing new. A quick flick back through the archives of humankind will show you this.
Yeah, this has been going on for centuries, okay? Women have always been in these compromising positions, like upskirts and being spanked and, showing your ankles and stuff. That was the risque thing. Showing full leg and all this stuff. It's like, dude, this is something that's kind of been normalized, through the centuries. Coke Benny, I know I'm messing with. Okay. I appreciate you messing with me. Can you tell me what the product is? RHOD. I have no idea. Just if it's a pillow company and that's what it is, then I just need to know, man. Because I don't know what Rode is. I still don't know what it is.
But the annoying thing is, this whole sex sells message is always at the expense of the woman. Now, I am a bit of a prude.
Duh. Okay. No, okay. How much was called men's underwear are you gonna sell by a man posing in boxer briefs and stuff, or briefs? I don't know. It's like I don't know. It's like, that's not really what you want to do. Now, you want to put a woman in some boxer briefs, male boxer briefs, whatever, you might sell some, I Googled it. Nothing comes up. Oh, shit. So, wait a minute. What product are we talking about here? I thought she was selling a product. I don't know. Now it just makes me think it was an AI photo, because AI always messes up, like, the text of stuff. RHOD. Are you sure? It's got to be something. RHOD. Let me do some Googling real quick. Rode Skin by Hailey Rode Bieber. Oh, I guess there is an E on there. Oh, okay. I guess no. I think I was right. It was. Let me go back. Rode Skin. I thought I saw something. Oh, here it goes. RHOD. Speak about show's cancellation. There's a show? Tiffany, why Rode was canceled on a reboot? What happened to Rode? Rode's health update came after he revealed it was sad news 2 people close to him died of cancer. That can't be it. That's Rode Gilbert. Rode Skin. Okay, so I guess there is an E on there. Okay. Because this is by Hailey Bieber or something like that. So I guess it's a skincare? Okay. All right. Okay, I guess that's it. And I guess her middle name is Rode. So I guess that was the business. Okay, so it's not. I was incorrect. RHODE. I guess that's it. I googled. My bad, dude. I gave you the wrong information.
But I'm a contradictory prude in that I am all for women harnessing their sexuality. I love that for you. Love that for them. Love that for me. But it's female empowerment that I support. What I cannot bring myself to support is female subordination. The sheer amount of women literally selling themselves on platforms such as OnlyFans is startling.
Okay,
Our
wait,
bookstore
hold
is like
on.
a portal.
But this is like women being independent, though. You know, it seems like you're okay with a woman being independent, but it seems like you don't like women having to depend on men, because women still have to depend on men at the end of the day. This whole independent thing of men thing, you still need men to buy your product. So
Google up to 3.5 million women on OnlyFans right now, and as you can probably imagine, women make up the majority of the
Coke Penny says the only thing that comes out when I looked up Road was Real Housewives of Dallas. I saw that too. I was wrong. So RHODE is the middle name of Haley Road Bieber. So she has a skincare line. So I guess that's what that's all about. But I guess that's what the whole pillow was. I guess just, I don't know, just a little prop there.
platform's content creators. Now, I have already done a deep dive video on OnlyFans that was properly demonetized and wiped off the face of YouTube. Love that for me. It's hard to find it, but if you scroll through the videos on my channel, you might get lucky. But what really angers me as a fellow female, as your sister, is that OnlyFans is marketed towards women as being empowering, using silly men's desires as a way to make money. Sure, we're all posting half-nude bikini pictures on Instagram anyway, we may as well make money from it, right? It's a
but hasn't X, and I'm sure you guys have seen this, I'm sure, hasn't X already turned into like, hey Grok, can you put me in like a bikini, like a micro bikini or something like that? So you can literally take any person, any photograph of any person in the world, famous or not, and put them in a bikini, and that's it. Like, you literally don't have, and you know, you could possibly start a page. I know I might be giving you guys some $1 million ideas here, but maybe possibly start a page of them just doing a bunch of, you know, AI photos. I'm sure people have done it. You know, it wouldn't be too hard. AI has gotten really good these days.
brainer. No.
Empowerment is their whole selling point, you know? It's, well, take the power back because men are gonna sexualize you anyways, so you might as well get paid for it. It's just a lie. It's a marketing tactic. And there's nothing safe and empowering about it.
Quick Google.
No, it's really self-sabotage and long-term. You're digging yourself a hole. You know, you're not going to be able to have a stable relationship because no man is going to want to take you on. You know, a simp maybe, but not any self-respecting man's going to want to take that on. You know, so yeah, you might have, you know, short-term gains, you know, in terms of financial stability, but you're not going to have any other type of stability after that.
A small degree of common sense and critical thinking will show you that the average female content creator on OnlyFans makes less than $150 per month.
This right there, that is the a fact that I think all women need to go into OnlyFans knowing that you have a very low chance, because it's such a saturated market that you have a very low chance of becoming successful. $150 a month is crazy when you think about it. How much is that a week, dude? I can't even, my math is horrible. I'm not even going to try to think about that, but that's horrible. You know, you might as well go work at McDonald's, dude.
Make more money on the dole, on benefits, working a minimum wage job.
OnlyFans specifically is so sick because it's very deceiving. Oh, like, this is so empowering for women and they're making money. Actually, the average OnlyFans creator, do you know how much money they make a month? It's like $180.
Wow.
It's like nothing. So you're selling your body, you're ruining your life for $180 a month for men to pay $5 a month to see.
We've been sold this idea that selling yourself is no longer degrading and demeaning, but glamorous and luxurious.
You're a feminist doing OnlyFans, that's empowering, yet you're relying on creepy, disgusting men who think you are disgusting and trash to ironically pay your bills, which is probably the most degrading thing in the entire world.
It always loops back to men. You know, you're like, look, I'm doing this on my own. You know, I don't need a man and stuff. But no, you do need men in order to support your life. So it always loops back to men.
We've got OnlyFans creators flaunting their lavish lifestyles on TikTok and Instagram. I mean, people like Sophie Rain, who allegedly earned $95 million in 2 years from OnlyFans alone.
What? Sophie?
Yeah, she made, I think, more than LeBron James did in a year, I think. Actually, I think it was something, yeah, I think it was like 95 million.
Yeah. I just need to know, like, how much are you making a month?
I don't know if I don't really want to hurt your feelings.
This is where she made, I think the girl ended up leaking that she did like 4 million in a month.
Thanks. I just don't
hurt my feelings. What do you mean?
I don't want to say.
You don't have to say, just show me.
Yeah.
Okay. $4 million? $4 million in a month?
That's the simp economy for you guys. It's really sad, dude. I blame men. I blame men, dude.
Sophie, for the record, also claims that she is a virgin and does not do explicit content.
I want people to, because I'm a virgin.
Whatever you say, babe. The allure of posting bikini videos and dancing around in your PJs on OnlyFans with a bunch of fellow creators and earning $95 million for your efforts is very, very appealing. Camila Araujo, is that how you pronounce that, earns around $2 million per month from her OnlyFans account.
How much are you making monthly on OF?
At one point it was like 2.5, dips down to 2, back up to 2.1, 1.9 million.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah. Which she promotes through her TikTok and Instagram, driving flashy cars, flying private jets. Porn work, which is technically what this is at the end of the day, is no longer seen as like humiliating or desperate. Now it's luxurious.
Yeah.
It's aspirational.
This is the 1% basically brainwashing millions of women, potential OnlyFans creators, you know, to really hop on it and try to duplicate the success. And unfortunately, all they're doing is just ruining their futures, man, because it's like, you're not going to have anything to show for it. You know, whatever money that you think that you're going to make, yeah, you're going to start off real slow and it may never take off, you know, and then you're going to basically be in a worse position because now you're out there, you know, you're not going to be able to form any type of solid relationship because anybody's going to be like, look, I actually looked you up and it was actually, I found a ton of stuff, you know, so now I don't want you anymore because now I know, I know what it looks like.
Then there's the influencer to corn worker pipeline, popularized by the likes of Tana Mungo, who apparently earns millions per month for posting content that she can't post to YouTube or TikTok. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
I assume you don't talk about the money.
I have a lot.
Oh, how much do you make a month?
I told you I kind of have been putting it on the back burner as of late, but I'm about to re-sled it out again. A good month would be $1 million. Holy shit. I'm in the wrong line of business.
To Gabby Epstein with her 3.7 million followers, who started out posting really cute bikini pictures with her great big smile and happy-go-lucky attitude, who then moved from Australia to LA and now sells naughty content on OnlyFans. I'm actually considering making a full video on the influencer to OnlyFans pipeline. Would you guys watch it if I made it?
Would that be something you'd be interested in?
If you are selling your body to satisfy someone else's desire, you are the product.
I'm really focused on
Duh.
OnlyFans.
I mean, that's not like anything new. Okay, we all know that. It's like, if you don't know that you're the product on OnlyFans, of course. I mean, what else are you? Come on now.
Because it's my creative direction and what I want to do, and I now am the boss. I am the boss.
That woman is not a boss. She's actually a slave to our society, which tells women that the greatest thing they could do with their life is take their clothes off.
Was that Carmen Electra? I think that was Carmen Electra, dude. Dude, she has totally hit the wall. Look at this.
It's my creative direction and what I want to do.
Yeah, that's definitely Carmen Electra.
I am the boss. I am the boss.
That woman is not a boss. She's actually a slave to our society, which tells women that the greatest thing they could do with their life is take their clothes off. OnlyFans, where women sell their bodies and sell sex as their career, is not empowering. It is dehumanizing, objectifying, and leads to massive mental health disasters.
I mean, but they're blinded by the money, okay? The short-term gains. That's the only thing that they're really focused on. You know, it's like, look, if you can't find a man that is worth it, you know, yeah, you're going to turn to OnlyFans because OnlyFans will basically give you that opportunity to possibly be able to support yourself without having to do the whole 9 to 5, without having to do more than one job, without having to go to college and get a career, you know, get a degree and stuff so you can get a career and stuff. It's like, it's the easy way out, but it comes with a lot of problems, you know. But the thing is, we're not thinking about the long term, we're only thinking about the short term. Can we pay our bills? Can we support ourselves? Can we stay independent? And, you know, that's the dream. That's the dream that they're gunning for.
Majority of these women end up joining up, selling their dignity and self-respect for pittance in return. And once you've given up your self-respect and dignity, it's very, very hard to get it back.
Here's why starting to
and isn't it aren't like what's it called? You got these P stars now that are trying to wipe the internet of all of their stuff because now they have children. Now they have these simp husbands and stuff that, you know, have taken them on, given them children, and now they're like, look, I don't want my kids to see me in these compromising positions and stuff. So can you guys please like stop reposting this stuff? And unfortunately, people don't care. You know, you did it. You know, and it's like once it's done, it's done. Internet's forever, man.
Fans was the worst decision.
There's a Harbor Freight in your neighborhood.
The worst decision you ever made, huh? Yeah. Let's go back.
My life. Did not realize that I was literally selling parts of my soul and the money could have never made it worth it. It brought me into way darker places than I ever could have imagined, and I never want to go back there. I wish I could go back in time to who I was before I started doing all that stuff and just tell myself that the money is not worth it. Keep your happiness. I just hope I can save even just one girl from going through the pain and the trauma that I am now going through because I subjected myself to that.
Back in the day,
And that's the thing. You can have a stage name that won't link you to your actual name, but the thing about Google is that they have facial recognition software, so all we gotta do is get a photograph of you, do a face match, and boom, we know exactly who you are. So there is really no hiding, you know, once you push yourself out there, unless you do like neck down only, you know, and you completely hide your face, maybe you might have a shot then. But most girls, they usually take it all the way from the jump.
A way to avoid the trap of corn work or sexual exploitation was to ensure that you and your daughters got a really good education. Go to school, go to college, go to university, get a degree, get a job. Encourage the girlies to use their brains to make money instead of their body parts. But now we have highly educated females quitting their jobs, quitting their courses in order to stop using their brains and sell their bodies instead.
What, so you was at uni getting a law degree and then did you get onto OnlyFans and you was that successful and you were like, I'm going to leave to pursue this?
Yeah, because I was doing both for like probably like 8 months or so, and it was just like on Instagram.
And this is my worst nightmare, okay? You try to set your children up, set my daughter up, whatever, give her the best education possible, have her go to college, you know, pursue whatever career she's looking for, and then one of her girlfriends talks her into, or maybe one of her girlfriends does something and she's just like, wow, she's making all this crazy money, you know, like maybe I can do it too. And then she just goes down this dark path and she keeps it from me and her mom, and then it's all over. It's like, we need to basically tell them, like, we need to show them that, look, this is the wrong thing to do, because it's not only it's gonna create long-term problems for yourself. You know, you might not be, say like it's unsuccessful, and now you try to go back into the workplace, and now you're going to be ridiculed forever. You're not going to be able to keep jobs because certain companies are not going to want to have you represent their company because you did this type of stuff. So it's like, I gotta have that has to be included in the talk as well with my daughter.
Up and up and up, and then I think like I've reached like 30K a month, like dollars.
Yeah.
And I was like, why am I at uni?
Yeah.
I was like, I actually, like, there's no point going back. What's the point of having like a whole degree and then like a whole job?
Joining a platform like OnlyFans is now seen as a smart choice over getting an education or a well-paid job. It's seen as the new path to financial freedom. Sign up for a year, make millions, then invest in property or business, and get off the platform. It's sharp. It's a career path in itself.
I've dropped out of my PhD. Although my OnlyFans has been a side project while I pursued my PhD, I've been able to make over $1 million. I bought myself a car, and thankfully I avoided taking out any student loans. Now I have an investment portfolio, and I'm planning on buying my own house soon.
These are hyper-intelligent women, well-educated women, already very well-paid women, giving up their legitimate careers in order to join the masses partaking in corn work. Why the fuck would they want to do that?
Well, see, that's another thing. So she has that girl before that, you know, made $1 million. Yeah. So she has her car, she has her house. She's going to have her own empty house. Okay. She's not going to have a relationship with any person, you know, because nobody's going to want to be in a relationship with a online hooker. You know, I hate to say it like that, but that is what it is. And unfortunately, yeah, she's going to be in her own little house by herself. So I hope she gets a dog, something that she can have, something there to keep her company, because, yeah, it's going to be an empty house.
Well, because in some ways, it makes a lot of sense. After all, you don't end up with a huge student loan debt if you're an OnlyFans creator. You don't have to spend years of your life studying to then go and work a 9-to-5 that you may or may not like, when you can instead post a few images and videos of you sucking lollipops or showing off your nude feet online and make a fortune.
Crazy, man, because a lot of these girls aren't even like, they're not even sixes or even fives, man. They're like less than that, but they have these big dreams of making it big and stuff. It's just like, damn, dude, that's it. This just goes to show you how brainwashed, you know, women can get.
a licensed attorney. However, you don't practice because you do.
Oh, the 304 lawyer.
So I quit my job at my firm last April, I want to say, so I could focus on my OnlyFans career. And I'm very happy with that decision.
What's the kind of money, comparatively speaking, that you're making compared to being an attorney?
So attorneys like 6 figures a year, OnlyFans is 6 figures a month. So quite a difference.
You make 6 figures a month?
Yes.
You're self-described 304 lawyer, and you also said I was just too sexy to be a lawyer.
True.
In your bio.
I have huge natural G cups, so what am I supposed to do? Much more profitable.
It's not that women who choose to partake in corn work or sex work are any less intelligent, beautiful, or valuable. The fact of the matter is, our society is setting up women to fail. Instead of encouraging females to use their brains and intelligence and determination to find...
Yeah, but okay, so women have to take accountability for this, and they have to still act like they have some type of agency. They can't just say that society is driving them to do this. So you still have a choice in the matter. You don't have to go the same route that all these other girls do. You can actually look at them and see where they're ending up and where they're living a life of regret. And yeah, they had short-term gains, but now like they're dealing with long-term issues. You know, they're lonely, they don't have relationships, they basically can't build anything with anyone because nobody wants to be with them. So yeah, they sold their soul for a little bit of money, and now they've wrecked their lives for the rest of their lives. You know, so they're going to be forever alone. And, you know, like I said, you know, the clock is ticking for a lot of these women. Beauty is not forever, unfortunately. And that's it, you know? So you're going to end up being 40 years old, still single, trying to figure out where all the good men are. And it's the same cycle. So it's like, do you do that, or do you, I don't know, maybe set yourself up with a career where, you know, in science, technology, and math, and maybe you can, you know, contribute to the world in a meaningful way, and possibly find someone in that field as well to share your life with. I mean, it could possibly happen, you know? It's better than having this type of life.
Success and financial freedom in life, we're making it as hard as possible.
Damn. Did you guys read that? She made $670 and her whole family found out.
And financial freedom in life.
She only made $670.
We're making it.
Her whole family found out. Damn.
As hard as possible. Have kids. 2.5. Keep your house clean. Submit to your husband. Find a husband to begin with. Make sure you work that 9 to 5. Do all the things. Do them well. Don't let yourself go. It's too bloody much. Is it any wonder that most women feel burnt out and stressed to the max? And then you have society offering them an olive branch. Here you go. Here's OnlyFans. Here you go, here's a rich older man. You don't need to work or trouble yourself with thinking. You have boobs and a bum and a foof and feet. Use them instead and you can live a life of ease and luxury. Or at least, that's what they want you to think. The reality, however, is quite different.
Yeah, I was going to say, a lot of these OnlyFans creators, you know, whether they have their stuff behind a paywall or they're offering it for free, a lot of that stuff gets leaked anyway. So it doesn't even matter if you have stuff behind a paywall. It eventually gets leaked online, and then it doesn't matter. It's like your stuff is out there for everybody to see.
That's when it hit me. The best idea I ever had in my entire life. That's the worst idea you ever had in your entire life.
Selling yourself online is one thing, but some girls are taking it a step further and selling themselves in person as well. It's a slippery slope. Now, I'm not talking about some seedy room down a back alley lit by a red light. I'm talking about the high-end, highly paid influencers and models who travel to places like Dubai to engage, shall we say, with very, very rich men.
Dubai chocolate, ladies and gentlemen. That was the whole cover, you know. Basically, there was a genius that was like, no, we need to really market Dubai chocolate as something else and kind of clear our names of this and make some money in the process. And a lot of Americans are just eating this whole thing up. They're like, dude, Dubai chocolate's amazing, dude. And like, you have no idea what the origin is from. You know, we're basically trying to cover up something with something else.
Yachting is used to describe the practice of being paid to spend time and be pictured with wealthy clients, often aboard mega yachts. It is considered a popular formula for it girls and rising stars to raise their profile, but it has a murky underbelly of sexual exploitation, coercion, and trafficking. I can definitely say I've probably seen this in my life.
Girl, do you want me to tell you them Dubai stories? What? So I had like a stripper friend. She would always go to Dubai.
I said, let me come to Dubai with you. She was like, I gotta be honest with you. She was like, I get shit on and pissed on for like 20, 30K by different men. And different men do it, like, at one time.
No.
And then she would say it would be like a roll of them.
Dubai chocolate, guys. This is what I was talking about. And it's like, it's slowly starting to leak out. You know, some people are starting to get it, but they try to cover it up with the whole chocolate candy thing. And yeah, it's bad, man. But that's the thing. It's like, are you willing to get shit on and pissed on by a bunch of wealthy millionaires and stuff for one trip out there for 30, 40K? You know, some women are willing to do it.
And it would be all of them doing it. It was like, she explained it to me, and that's why she would be on private jets.
Or the girls who find themselves a very rich, much older man who offers to pay them for their time, company, and body.
Hi, what do you do and how much do you make?
I'm a sugar baby at the moment, and I'm not going to disclose how much I make, but it's good.
Do you get like a weekly retainer or what's the goal?
Well, yeah, it kind of was like an allowance, but now he kind of just drops off cash or stuff whenever I need it, which is really good. I broke up with my ex and I was working in hospitality and I didn't want to go back to work under someone else and I wanted to work for myself.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Hopefully killing it even more, not having to work,
No, you're going to get replaced in under 5 years. So unfortunately, that's the reality. He's going to find somebody younger, tighter, and hotter, you know?
Is technically work, but it's not.
If he hasn't already. You know, he might have a few in rotation already. You're just the one on the certain hemisphere of the world that he happens to be in. And so he's going to drop off money, but he's going to fly around. And, there's probably other girls in the rotation as well. But, that's probably a reality a lot of women can probably handle. As long as they're getting paid, they don't really care.
Hopefully just doing this, killing it even more.
My name's Ava. I'm a college student. And I guess you could say I'm a sugar baby as my job.
If girls and your friends are sleeping with guys, can you make more money that way?
I think so. I think it would be so easy. There's all different kinds of ways of being a sugar baby. Like, it can be sex work if you make it sex work.
Either way, it's the same conclusion. We're living in a society where females are being relegated to nothing more than our physicality, our sexuality. How can we better serve males? It's starting at the top and trickling down like a seedy waterfall of degradation. We have little girls playing with dolls that look like escorts themselves, with names like Crystalicious Yasmin, and these dolls were created by... you guessed it, men! Are you seeing a pattern here? Because I am. We are being set up to fail, and we're allowing it. Now, I know I'm gonna have the inevitable comments down below like, Stephanie, you're not a girl's girl, stop hating on other women, blah, 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 blah. Save it. I don't judge the girls. I judge where we're heading as a collective, as a society. The females have become so hypersexualized that it's just seen as normal now.
They're willing to sell themselves for a little bit of money. It is what it is. Unfortunately, the cycle will never stop because there's always going to be simps. There's always going to be millionaires that are willing to just drop. It is nothing to drop 40K on a woman to get shit on and pissed on and stuff, and as long as there's a woman that's willing to do it. And there's always gonna be a woman willing to do it because it's easy money. It's money that they don't have to go work at a job or try to get a career and stuff, try to make that money the right way. So, there's always going to be people taking the easy route in life, and women have been known to live their lives on easy mode, so it's kind of going to go hand in hand.
Once we were encouraged to wait for marriage, wear modest clothing. Now we're encouraged to literally sell ourselves and our bodies like we're a product to the highest bidder. And as a female myself, I do find it to be a little bit concerning. It's not the girls themselves that I'm annoyed at. I'm personally more annoyed at the fact that I feel like women as a whole have a lot more to offer the world than just our bodies or our vaginas or our buttholes. Believe it or not, we do have brains, we do have talent, we do have determination.
Yeah, but you don't have to use them. So it's like women they're in that position where like, I don't have to use my brain. I can make a bunch of money and just, I can go somewhere else in my mind while I'm doing it, and just, they don't realize the long-term effects about it is that, you're not going to have any type of emotional connection, and it's going to harden you. It's going to make you bad. It's going to make you just not willing to commit to anything because, you've been doing this for so long, and you're going to be empty inside. A little dead inside. So if that's worth it for, 30, 40K, That's it.
We do have creativity, so why are we being demoted to simply being symbols of sex? I feel like we're heading down this dark path of self-abandonment. Furthermore, why are we raising young women to think that the only thing they have of value is their sexuality? I, for one, think that we need to reclaim our bodies and stop allowing ourselves to be used as products for someone else's gratification. Stop.
Unfortunately, there are too many women out there that are crushing it on the OnlyFans, and they're making the masses think that, oh, they can do it too. So, but one thing, you know, I guess what I could take from this whole thing is that it has to start with yourself. You know, one person has to be that change, and then they have to raise their children to do the same. And until women decide to cover themselves back up, give a little bit of mystery to themselves, and have that little bit of discernment and not go for the easy route, and, you know, don't give themselves away so freely, then yeah, things aren't going to change. But it has to start on the individual level, and other people have to see that, oh, this is what works. Okay. This is what will work if I become this person that has self-respect, that isn't trying to have a popping Instagram, that doesn't even have an Instagram. You know, maybe you don't even care about that whole attention thing. You know, you want to just kind of live a simple life. And then a man finds you and he's like, look, she's not on Instagram. She doesn't have any type of social media, but she's beautiful. And she has self-respect. She has a nice little simple job, a nice little simple life. And she just wants to have a family. It's like, women don't realize that it's actually really simple to get scooped up by a man and become a wife if you're a wife in the beginning. But if you're out here running the streets and being online for the whole world, then yeah, you've already disqualified yourself. So shout out to Stephanie Lang. This is the first time seeing her on her little channel and stuff, but this is cool. This is a good video. And yeah, shout out to what she's doing here. So the last thing that we're going to talk about, we got about an hour left, is the debate, World War debate with Hannah Pearl Davis, and just Pearly Things, and Ana Kasparian. Let's go to it right now. I think I got it queued up. Let's make sure. Okay, whoops. Let's get it back to about here. I think this is it. Yes, right here. So Ana Kasparian, I believe she is part of the whole Young Turks, and everybody knows who Pearl is. We know she was she came on the scene spouting a lot of the Kevin Samuels talking points. You know, after Kevin Samuels had passed away, she kind of scooped in and kind of parroted all of his talking points, and then kind of made her own name for herself. She started her own podcast that she was running out of England, and then she ended up dissolving that podcast, and then she ended up getting demonetized, and then, you know, she got remonetized back on YouTube. She kind of pivoted a little bit. You know, at first she was going hard, you know, saying that women shouldn't vote, and, you know, she was saying that, you know, girls under 16 or whatever are more attractive than women that are like 25 and over. She just she started parroting a lot of the Myron talking points, and that's when it really went bad for her. So she's been trying to rebrand herself, not be so outlandish, but now she's starting to take these debates, and she's not a good debater. She got completely trampled in this debate, but the whole debate was on feminism. I would say that she started out with her opening statement, and I would say, I don't know if it was pretty strong. It was a lot of regurgitated talking points that we've heard over the years, and it just seemed like that she wasn't as prepared to deal with the contradictions, the cross-referencing, and the comparative analysis that Ana Kasparian was trying to propose to her. She was just like, wait a minute, I just have talking points here. I don't really have any actual original thoughts here. So she was doing a lot of shuffling of papers, and it was really bad. There was actually a couple points in this debate where she completely went silent, and it was just like the whole system rebooted, and it was hilarious to watch. And we're going to go through it right now. So here we go.
Women earned less than 35% of all bachelor's degrees. Today, they earn roughly 58%
Let's go to the
of all
beginning here.
How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good.
Do you
Happy
feel
to
like
be here.
You've waited long enough? Are you ready to get
I'm
out?
hyped. I'm super excited. Come on, let's get the energy up. Yeah, love it. Very happy to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had a little interview earlier, and it didn't run. So I'll just ask you again, like, what do you think tonight is your best hope for swaying people in the crowd who might not be on your side?
I don't have a lot of hope, to be honest with you.
That's kind of the reality of these debates, man. There's not really going to be a lot of minds that are going to be changed. There's always going to be those people in the audience that are going to be rooting for Pearl, and there's going to be people that are going to be rooting for Anna, and it's going to be very little overlap here. So the topic here is feminism, and Ana Kasparian, I believe, is married, happily married, whereas Hannah Pearl Davis is, I think she's dating someone, but I don't think she's actually married, and she still doesn't have children. But no, she's going to have her talking points, and Ana Kasparian is going to have her counterpoints, and we're just going to watch Pearl just get completely destroyed here. So I don't want to poison the well anymore. Let's just listen to it.
But look, I love that we're having this conversation. I'm excited to scrap a little bit. And if anything, I know it's going to be entertaining.
All right, she said scrap a little bit, so let's get Pearl in here. Come on, Pearl. Here she comes.
This whole thing is set up kind of like as a WWE thing with the whole flames in the background, the music, the rock music, the flashing lights. She's just coming down the aisle like she's about to pile drive her. This is wild, dude. Like, I don't know why they thought that this was going to be a dignified way to bring her in. And damn, dude, look at that smile, dude. All gums. Okay, Kogani came back. He says, she lost to someone from being from the Young Turks. How embarrassing. Yeah, dude. Yeah. And you know what? There was a follow-up to this. I think Ana Kasparian, she did kind of like a follow-up on the Young Turks with Cenk, whatever. And then I think Pearl did a follow-up on her own stream about how she took the L. But then she started saying like, oh, you know, like, I don't know why she's trying to talk all this trash to me, whatever. Like, I could have totally beaten her in a fight and everything. And then she tried to double back on that and be like, I'm not trying to be violent or anything like that, or say that I would take her in a fight. But you know, she's like, I don't want to catch a charge and all this stuff. And I was like, come on now, you're just talking a lot of trash because you took the L.
All right, Pearl, welcome.
God damn, dude.
Question.
Pearl is fucking tall as fuck, dude. I think she's like 6'1" or something like that. But compared to this guy's like probably like 5'8", 5'9" compared to Pearl.
Change somebody's mind tonight. One person, that one person. How are you going to do it?
I'm going to let the facts speak for themselves.
Fair enough. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this debate, our main card, has a little bit of a different format than what we did previously. We're going to have the opening statements for both of you. Those will be fun.
Cook Manny came back. He says, that's almost as embarrassing as Myron losing to Tariq and Tate losing to Chase DeMore. Oh, man. Dude, it's like we were talking about, what's it called? I guess fighting in the rink or something, and I was like, dude, like DDG challenged you to a boxing match, Abba challenged you to a boxing match, whatever. And yeah, dude, it's like every fight, he runs from it, dude. He's like, he won't do it. Because the moment he accepts a fight and gets knocked the hell out, dude, it's like he won't be able to get on the internet anymore, dude. Nobody's going to take him serious.
5 minutes apiece. Then you'll each get 10 minutes to kind of do an interrogatory of the other. That will go back and forth. And then after that, we'll go into open debate. As you saw with some of the other debates earlier, we try to let the other person answer. I'll try to jump in as I can, but for the most part, I want you all to mix it up, all right? Have fun with it.
Sounds good.
And who is first?
I'm first.
I thought so. Anna, take it away. We got 5 minutes.
Cook Manny came back and says the red pill is losing to people who should be easy wins. Yeah, man. I mean, I guess the Tate one was probably the most surprising. Like, I guess the way that everybody had pictured it, they thought that it was going to be an easy win because of how Chase Damore, his whole fighting style, and just how, you know, he likes to do the whole punching with two hands and turn his face away and stuff. And he just really had bad form. So we were just like, okay, so Tate's been training and stuff like that, or at least he's been saying he's been training. And apparently he just got tired and he didn't understand how. But yeah, it was just, I think that is probably one of the most significant, like, what's the word? Fraud checks. I think somebody called it a fraud check, and I was like, dude, it's a perfect description because, you know, and then, you know, Tate had to go and reframe what losing meant, you know, and it wasn't a good look. You know, he was just like, look, it's better to try and lose than not try at all. I'm like, you weren't saying that a couple of years ago, man. You were saying a man who loses is a loser, and don't be a loser, you know, be a winner. Train hard and win, and there's no excuses, and don't make excuses. But that's all he was. All he was doing was he was full of excuses. So Cook Benny says, according to him, it was God's fault. That's true. He did put it on God. He's like, maybe God knew that I could handle losing more than Chase Damore. I remember him saying that. I was just like, dude, this is a whole level of cope that I had never thought I'd ever see from Andrew Tate. And yeah, man, he was completely just like, dude, this is like, it doesn't make sense. I have superior genetics and stuff. I don't know how I got tired, you know? And it's just, I was like, that's just so funny, man. It was like the different stages of like grief, you know, and he was just in denial. He was in disbelief.
In a May 2024 appearance on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast, my opponent, Pearl Davis, declared that women aren't really doing much. We're not having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. In fact,
Cook Benny came back and he's like, but at the end of the day,
I don't know. I could care less.
So good. Oh man, it's true, you know. And now his words mean nothing. Okay, and you know it's better. We're all better for it. The world is healing.
She uses this ridiculous assertion to argue that women should not have the right to vote. While it's true the birth rate has declined, and we'll revisit that in a bit, women account for 47% of the American workforce. The Council of Economic Advisors found that women have contributed a substantial portion of the U.S. economic growth since 1970, which wouldn't have been made possible without the feminist movement. By 2017, women were responsible for nearly 40% of total gross domestic product, amounting to a whopping $7.6 trillion. Of course, that figure doesn't include the trillions of dollars in unpaid labor women do every year, tending to the household, raising children, and caring for ailing parents. And when it comes to certain sectors of our economy, women are a dominant and indispensable force. Like in the healthcare industry, where they make up nearly 80% of workers, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
What the hell is Pearl doing right now? Dude, she's like furiously like writing notes and like updating her opening statement. Like she is fumbling through papers. I don't know if she's even prepared to do this, man. This is like, usually like in the opening statement, you're supposed to just kind of like listen to what they are so you can like figure out what your counterpoints are going to be or figure out your opening statement to kind of like counter theirs in a little bit. But she is like completely like doing homework during this opening statement. This is already setting up to not look good.
16.4 million women. When it comes to education, in 1960, women earned less than 35% of all bachelor's degrees. Today, they earn roughly 58% of all bachelor's degrees, which Pearl herself benefited from after graduating from Elmhurst University. Women also earn over 60% of master's degrees. I hope to hear Pearl explain how a more educated and skilled population somehow translates to cultural decline, especially as we compete with China in this increasingly multipolar world. The modern feminist movement also had a major impact on decreasing domestic violence, and that's according to the U.S. Department of Justice. Rates of intimate partner violence decreased by more than 60% from 1994 to 2010. And that's thanks to protective order statutes and funding for shelters beginning in the 1970s and 80s. Not only did the two-income household become more financially resilient, especially during economic...
Cabo said, people paid to watch this? I believe so. I mean, people at least paid tickets, whatever, to go to this. I don't understand why they would when it's completely free online. But people did. You know, people are fans of Pearl, and they travel for her, and also for Ana Kasparian. I'm sure she has an audience as well. So yeah, people are going to come to these things, and there are other debaters at this word war debate. So I'm sure people came for those people as well.
Economic downturns, women gained the ability to leave abusive relationships, an outcome correlated with improved child health and educational attainment. A culture that protects people from violence is not one that's indicative of cultural decline. Pearl herself has benefited greatly from the feminist movement, thanks to Title IX.
Betty says, it looks like a Comedy Central roast. It seriously does look like a roast. I believe like the roast of Charlie Sheen had like the flames, and also the roast of Donald Trump as well had the flames. So yeah, this looks great, man. This definitely looks like a roast session, and I wish there were more people here. Like a little dais. I think that'd be great.
In 1972, signed by Nixon, of course. Sex-based discrimination in any school program or activity.
One fun fact here. I believe Ana Kasparian is older than Pearl. You guys might need to Google that and make sure. But she looks considerably youthful, more youthful than Pearl does. It might be the makeup, you know. I know Pearl doesn't really wear a lot of makeup. She wears very minimal makeup, whatever. But like, yeah, for some reason, I believe that was brought up, and I was just like, dude, she looks like... Ana Kasparian looks way youthful, more youthful than Pearl here. But, you know, just chalk it up to genetics. I mean,
activity that receives federal funding is prohibited. Pearl herself had a rather impressive record playing for Elmhurst University's volleyball team, having earned all conference honors as a senior. She later pursued professional volleyball in London. She could have stayed in the United States and served in her role as a traditional woman, but she didn't. And she could have been the traditional chaste woman living out her dream of everything women were supposed to do before feminism. But
we can't forget as well, Pearl came from both of her parents were very wealthy, very well off, and she had a lot of benefits that a lot of women didn't have. So she was able to have her whole podcast funded by her father, and you know, she had a huge head start in terms of blowing up and stuff like that. But yeah, it just goes to show that you can have all of the head starts in the world, but it still falls back on you in terms of the choices you make and where you end up. So I don't think Pearl is any further in her life in any better position than most regular women out there that are out here trying to make it work with a man. So Coke Benny says, damn, Ana is 10 years older than Pearl. See, I told you, but you can't tell. You can't tell. I mean, married life has done her very well, whereas single life with Pearl has made her a hard exterior of herself, man. I mean, it's got to be tough being 6'1" and a woman, you know? I mean, it kind of cuts like your prospects in half. There's a lot of men that aren't 6 foot that, you know, I mean, I'm not gonna say there's not short kings out there. Okay, there's some short kings out there that like a challenge, that are willing to approach a woman that's taller than them. But most men don't want to be with a woman who's taller than them. For some reason, that's just like it's a power thing, you know. Cabos came back. He says people in the Reddit were roasting Pearl for being so chopped. Oh, I mean, damn, that's something that, you know, we can't really ignore. You know, there's always going to be people that are going to attack the physical. But do we have somebody in the chat? Who is this?
Hey, Camp, how you doing?
Hey, it is Ghost. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good, Camp.
Can you hear
How
me?
doing?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. I don't know
Excellent.
about stream, but I can hear you just fine.
You guys confirm in the chat if you guys can hear Ghost. He has just joined us for this final segment. I think this is I mean, I don't know if you had a chance to see this, but you know, the whole thing about feminism, it's like Pearl is going to be ruffling through her papers, regurgitating Myron talking points and Kevin Samuels talking points, whereas like Ana Kasparian is going to be able to ask her like, well, it seems like you're just kind of gunning for women, you know, and you're not really having any type of analysis in terms of like where it's kind of like on equal footing. Like, okay, so just for example, they're going to talk about like child support and alimony and stuff. And Ana Kasparian's going to say like, look, only 10% of divorces, you know, actually apply to that whole alimony thing. But then she's going to say, well, you know, if a woman is married for say like 10 years and she basically forego like a career and stuff like that to basically be a stay-at-home mom, take care of the kids and, you know, raise a family and stuff like that, she's going to be coming out of that divorce with no work experience, you know, and she's going to, you know, need that support and able to take care of her children because, you know, daycare is expensive, you know, childcare is expensive, whatever in general and stuff. But see, Pearl is going to take like this hard stance. She's like, no, it should be 50-50. You know, if you have the kids, then yeah, you should be paying for child support, you know, and stuff. Like she completely is just like, no, I don't believe in like men paying anything. You know, I don't think men should pay anything if they have a choice in the matter of being together or not. And
well, Camp, if it's my thing here is the guy actually involved? If you actually have an involved father who wants to take care of his kids, he's not doing it out of, oh great, I've got the brats. I'd rather go to the nearest bar and see whose woman's underwear I can get into. Mm-hmm. You know, most guys who actually want to be dads, they want to be involved. And courts historically have sanctioned they say sanction, but the attitude was you only need mom.
Yeah.
And
no,
right
it's true.
now we're seeing right now we're living in the age of where minor father involvement is the norm, and we're seeing the really drastically downturned side effects of that.
No, it's true. It's true. Women basically have to be hookers on crack cocaine and putting the kids in danger for the fathers to have like any type of shot at, sole custody or joint custody. I mean,
it's like that scene at the end of Liar Liar where Jim Carrey's character calls the woman to the stand and points out that she got married, that she fraudulently signed a prenuptial agreement, and she couldn't have legally signed the document, so therefore the document's invalid.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, wait a minute. She got a fake ID when she was 16 or 17, more than likely 17, to get married to a wealthy man. And she went down to the county office, got the marriage license with a fake ID. She signed a prenuptial agreement with fake ID. And it's like, wait a minute. How many counts of fraud are we just going to ignore here?
No, it's true. Liar Liar was a great movie, man. In terms of I remember the comedic aspects of it. I just remember him, holding his hands up to his mouth.
The were great.
No,
I'm kicking my own ass.
Yeah, no, it was great. He had his hands up to his mouth. It's like, is there a problem, counselor?
I'm not going to disagree. But the legal aspect was like, wait a minute. How many felonies has she committed? Let's see. She presented a fake ID to a county official, so that's fraud with government, and that's a felony. Her knowingly going out and purchasing a fraudulent ID, is another felony.
Mhm.
Then she proceeded to sign a bunch of legal documents with a fake ID that she could not have used to legally sign anything. So that's another form of fraud.
Yeah. No, it was
And it's
great.
just like,
I got to rewatch
I
that
mean,
movie,
literally,
dude.
the comedy was great, but it's like the legal groundwork. I
Mhm.
mean, I know they say that some lawyers aren't great, but it's just how much fraud can a family court judge sit there and hear and be like, why am I letting this happen in my courtroom?
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, at least not with a clear conscience, Can't listen to it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing that's actually ironic is that Ana Kasparian sitting there talking about DV and how it dropped the rates. The thing that's actually funny is that CDC studies before feminist groups started pressuring the CDC, actually revealed that the domestic violence rate didn't go down. It just transferred. Because originally, men were doing more. And nowadays, it's the reverse. Women are initiating much more than men are. And who do you think's going to the jail unless you've got camera footage?
Well, I mean, I know there are some cops that will come on the scene and they'll determine who the aggressor was depending on like who has the bruises and stuff. And most of the times they have to arrest somebody. I had a friend when I lived in Alabama. I had a friend that I used to work with, and yeah, his girlfriend basically flipped out on him because he was hanging out with a coworker that was a female after work. They just got some food or something. She came home and she thought they were having a whole damn relationship. They were just sitting on the couch eating and stuff. Anyway, she basically like kicked the girl out of the apartment and just started beating on him, like threw like a potted plant at him and stuff. Basically cut like his eyebrow and like got him a bunch of scratches all over his arms and back and torso and stuff. Anyway, the neighbors called the cops. She didn't have a bruise on her or whatever. The guy had all these cuts and he was bleeding and stuff like that. So she went to jail because she was obviously the aggressor and stuff. And she had to do community service and all this other stuff. And I was just like, at least cops they're looking at, who is the aggressor, and they're not just taking the word of the woman, like they will actually assess the situation, at least, in that case. That's my little anecdotal experience, whatever. But I'm sure, maybe if there's not bruises and stuff like that, maybe it is a he said, she said type of thing. And maybe they do lean more towards, the woman's word over the man, but at least in my experience, I've seen that, cops, they need to figure out who the aggressor was in terms of the domestic violence situation. So, at least I've seen it go the other way where the woman actually gets arrested because she had not a bruise or a cut or anything on her. And the guy was completely bleeding all over.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you this guy's name, but I met a sergeant at an adjacent unit who had divorced his first wife, and he actually had custody of their child because one day she just went completely crazy, and she threw, I think he said, what was it? It wasn't a vase. It was something a bit more heftier than a vase.
Mm-hmm.
But she threw it at him while he was holding their infant daughter, and eventually the police showed up. When the police showed up, they actually arrested him.
Oh, wow.
And he actually was able to prove that it was her, and he actually got the cop who arrested him fired.
Wow. Nice.
The only reason why police officers nowadays are even considering the whole picture is because a lot more and more people are filing 1983 civil rights lawsuits against police officers, and they're actually winning.
So yeah, they got to protect themselves.
Yeah. So it's a bit more on the self-preservation side.
Mm-hmm.
And
sounds like it.
And the thing that's not being addressed here in the slightest is the fact that DV domestic violence caused by women is been on the rise for a very long time, and they don't do anything about it either.
Well, because I guess the public sentiment is that men can handle a woman beating on them, whatever, but a woman can't handle a man doing the same amount. Like men should be able to take it. When it's just like, I don't know, man. Women, they got plenty of knives and all types of weapons and stuff that they can use. Blunt objects, hammers.
The Marine Corps has a saying: "One mind, any weapon."
Yeah.
If I have a jug of cold water that I throw on you and you immediately lock up, all that means is I can grab something heavier and beam you with it.
Yeah. Well, very interesting, man. Let's keep going.
But she is neither traditional nor chaste by her own admission. While feminists would have no problem with her personal choices, she has made a career bashing women for theirs. Critics often argue that modern feminism has weakened families and resulted in a lower birth rate. They tend to dismiss empirical evidence demonstrating the insidious
The reason why
impact.
the birth rate dropped is way more economic than it does to deal with feminism.
I mean, it might play a hand in it though as well, because there are a lot of women that are kind of putting off relationships for careers. I think that might be what she's referring to.
Well, that's true, but the thing that most people don't talk about is when you go back a long time ago, you go back to the 1700s or different times, did women want to have kids when there was famine going on, when you would risk losing the kid? I mean, most people don't know this about Henry VIII's reign, but Catherine of Aragon had, what was it? If memory serves, I read a book. What was it? She had like 9 births, 6 of which were stillbirth. Then 2 that actually survived a week and then died of some unknown disease. And then her 9th child was her daughter, and that was the only daughter she ever had that made it to adulthood.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're going to talk about like historically, yeah, I think wasn't the life expectancy of children, also just humans in general, a lot lower?
Let me put it to you this way, Camp. If you saw 50 winters, there were people who called it a miracle.
Yeah.
The average life expectancy was, if you made it to your 30s or 40s, you lived a long life.
Yeah. Not necessarily a full life, but, a long life in comparison, I guess. Yeah.
Yep.
But that's the thing. There was a lot more diseases, polio, measles, just all types of.
It wasn't just diseases. There was also treatment, and then also sanitization.
Sure. I think being able to survive childbirth, I think also was a thing too, right? That was another thing that, they, until modern medicine and modern methods. Yeah. Women were there was a lot of risk in having children back then.
Yeah.
So,
this is the case of Henry VIII's third wife, Jane Seymour. Medical scientists speculate that when Jane was pregnant, the son she actually gave birth to, who succeeded Henry after his death, but he didn't live much longer after he took the throne. They speculate that the baby, that baby Edward, because that was his name, baby Edward, actually didn't move into the proper position, because if the baby's isn't head down, the baby can't get past the cervix. And they ultimately had to cut into Jane Seymour to get the baby out, but did you think they tried to set up a sterile field? No.
No.
You think they cleaned the knives they used to cut into her or the stuff they used to hold her open? No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
And, how did she die? She died of septic fever.
Right. That's the thing. I mean, it was probably a lot more common back then. It's like it's either the baby or the mom. It's like it was one or the other. Or there was no both, unfortunately.
No.
So
Actually, more often than not, Camp, in the right conditions, you lost one or the other or both.
Yeah, jeez.
There was no one or the other.
Mhm.
One or the other started happening around the 60s, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But back then it was you might lose one, you might lose the other, or you'd lose both. There was no quasi happy middle ground. And I've actually read the books on this. It's the infant mortality rate was above 60%. Compared to us today, that's actually pretty nauseating to think about.
No, it's true. I mean, all of the potential people that would be here if we had improved the modern medicine and being able to bring a baby to term and stuff through modern methods and stuff. It just seems like now it's like they're pretty good now. Like they've actually perfected a way to do it without any mortality whatsoever, But I think Ana Kasparian, actually, she is going to say that the U.S., in terms of, first world countries, we still have the highest mortality rate in terms of, like, childbirths here. I think she's going to bring this point up. I don't know when she's going to say it, but she does bring it up. Let's continue.
Of the internet, social media, on modern relationships. They also brush economic instability under the rug, despite young people citing their personal finances as the main reason why they're holding off on marriage in the first place. In lieu of discussing those factors, Pearl spends much of her time discouraging men from getting married in the first place. During her debate with Trent Horn, she declared that men are better off shacking up without ever getting married.
And that's basically like, that's not necessarily a Myron talking point, but the whole holding off on marriage and stuff until you have like certain amount of finances and all that stuff. Like she's kind of parroting Myron a little bit because he's like, you got to have, you got to be at least 35, have like 6 months to a year of savings. And then, you also got to make sure that you're in the gym and you've had 50 bodies and all that stuff. So you can, be able to discern female nature and all this other shit. But basically she kind of cherry picked some of those points and she kind of made them her own. So she kind of like pushed that same agenda as far as like holding off on marriage and stuff, because at least women there's a lot of women out here that aren't marriage material, which, a little bit of truth in that statement. But, to completely rule it out and just say it's better to just shack up, than to actually get married. I don't really subscribe to that.
I don't like it much either, Camp, to be perfectly honest here.
Mhm.
But in the terms of the legal framework, you are better off.
Better off shacking up and not getting married?
In the legal context,
Mhm.
yeah. Because of divorce laws. Just think about this for an example.
Hold on, I gotta stop you. What about common law, though? Aren't there some states that have like common law after like a couple of years that you're together, like living under the same roof and everything? And even if you have kids, or if you don't have kids, like, isn't there like something about common law after a certain amount of time of living
in
together?
some states, yes.
Yeah. So, I know it's not every state, but
It's not, it's not every state, but, just think of Kentucky here, for example, Cam.
Mhm.
Kentucky passed mandatory 50-50 custody in like 2018, 2019,
Mhm.
thereabouts. And in 2025, Kentucky revealed that their divorce rate dropped by 25% between men and women.
after that,
isn't-
law was passed,
Yes.
damn.
After they had enough data to
Mhm.
show that.
I mean,
So-
I think there's a lot of people trying to avoid 50-50 parenting, They
Well,
don't,
it's not that there are people who are trying to avoid it. Now, are there some mothers who just who just live off the child support? Absolutely.
mhm.
But in the long term of things, it's not that I hate to bring up fresh and fits talking points here, but the one point they actually have a lot that they are correct about is the cash and prizes of divorce. Because unless you have a prenup that holds up, you better move your something into a trust, or if you can, an LLC, and your name is not anywhere on the paperwork as divisible assets. Because even nowadays, most divorce courts tend to favor the women, and I'm not saying that to be critical. I'm saying that because that's what the data actually pans out.
I know, I believe that's actually been shown to be true in most cases. So I think it's just it's the fact that the laws haven't been updated. They're still kind of operating in this whole, like, women aren't working, so like they do need to be provided this either alimony or child support and stuff like that, so that they can be able to support the family and stuff, because the children are going to be more than likely allocated to them as them being the primary, and then the men are the weekend dads, and
That's not even the standard custody arrangement historically. The standard historical custody arrangement was every other weekend,
right,
and then 2 weeks in the summer, which basically destroys your relationship with the kids.
Yeah, and I don't even think the law cares. They don't care about that. It's just about.
No, they don't.
Yeah, it sucks because, I mean, if they were to consider the children, in their development, and them needing the father just as much as the mother, then it would be a little bit more equal, like how Kentucky has it, where it has to be 50-50 and stuff like that. I think that would be it's not an ideal situation, but it is better than fathers basically being weekend dads or every other weekend and stuff like that. It severs the relationship slowly, and then the kids, they slowly grow to resent the father because the mom more than likely will fill their heads with, falsehoods, and, the just different stories about dad and how he doesn't care about you as much as she does, So it's not good, not a good situation at all.
Her reasoning? Women are too fat and STD infected.
25%, that's a lot.
You did say that.
If you're in the West, that's true. Our obesity rates are terrible.
Well, I mean, I agree. I do agree. There's a lot of choices to be made. That unfortunately, it is cheaper to eat crappy food, and it is more expensive to eat healthy, and I think it comes down to just like an economical disparity. There's just people that can't afford to eat healthy because they can barely afford to live. They're living paycheck to paycheck, and they're struggling.
Yeah, that is part of it.
So
stop to think about how they contracted the STDs in the first place. Data from the National Library of Medicine show that modern men are just as promiscuous as modern women. Men and women are in bad shape, and in the United States, we can discuss why. But
she's right, but she doesn't talk about success.
Well, we're talking about feminism, so we have to talk about the points, like basically what has modern feminists brought us? What has it brought us to our point right now? And, where are men on that stage and where are women on, at that point? So, we got to see like where their minds at, what has been told to them, and where are we pushing them in what direction and stuff. So it just seems that, women have this sexual liberation, so they're basically going out and sleeping with just as many guys as guys are out here, just sleeping with as many girls as they want. And diseases that are all-time high, relationships that are an all-time low, families are non-existent, children are just a choice. And it's like, eventually we're going to just become extinct, because we're not going to be making any new people. Everybody's going to kind of be out for themselves, So it's
Well, the other thing that she doesn't talk about is success rate of actually meeting some woman and actually getting intimate. If you actually see the success rates that are actually out there, it's actually, yes, there is a group of men who are very successful at sleeping with women. However, does that mean all men or 90% of men? No.
Yeah,
it's
but
a very small minority.
Sure.
And saying that men are just as promiscuous, it is true that if a man gets an opportunity, yeah, sure, he might jump at it. I mean, I've had a couple points where I could have easily jumped at it and I refused. And thinking about it now, I'm kind of wishing I had because of what happened in my life later. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, the success rate is not as hot as the way she says, oh, it's more. It's like, yeah, more men tend to be promiscuous. But what are the odds of his success? He gets one in what, 5,000?
Well, it does depend on the individual and where the individual is looking for this possible hookup. I mean, you can go to the bar and find a girl that's a little tipsy, whatever, and you can have it that way. Or you could go on the dating app, whatever, match with somebody. And, the chance of that is slim that you'll actually meet up with that person, but you do, and it ends up being a hookup, and that's how you do it, whatever. Or, you just meet somebody randomly walking in the park and stuff. Maybe you sit down and she has a dog and you have a dog and the dogs come together and that's how you have a conversation. I mean, I know that sounds like a fucking romantic comedy, but I'm sure it happens all the time.
Well, not all the time, but I imagine it does happen.
Sure. But I'm just saying, it's like it all depends on the setting. If you're gonna go clubbing every Friday, every Saturday night, yeah, you're gonna only be subjected to those type of girls because that's just the pool of women that you're going for.
Yeah. So the point that she's making that men are having more disease, are having the same amount of diseases is just simply not true.
Yeah.
Because a smaller pool of men are more successful than a pool of women, because it's like I've made in my YouTube videos. It's a woman holds up a sign saying "free kitty cat." She will get a line longer. She will get an incredibly long line. Think like the Bonnie Blue bus.
Bonnie Blue and what's it called, Lily Phillips, man. They did just that, and that I think the line filled up within 24 hours. So I mean,
yeah.
I mean, there's always going to be some young guys that be like, absolutely, like I haven't had sex ever. Let's do it, So
yeah. So then you compare that to a guy who, let's say he physically has like the body of Tate as an example here. He's in good condition. He's in great shape. He maybe has a 6-pack going. He looks great. Will he get some takers? Sure, absolutely. But which line's going to be longer? The Bonnie Blue bus or the Tate bus?
Oh, the Bonnie Blue bus every time, dude. Because men, I think I've said this before, men have a range that they'll sleep with, whereas women are a lot more particular in terms of their archetype that they go for.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it is true most men will hump almost anything, but even some guys have limits.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
So her Anita Sarkeesian's point does have validity to it, but it's, what is the word I'm looking for?
It's Ana Kasparian, just like Sarkeesian.
Oh yeah, Ana Kasparian.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good.
But yeah, she's not wrong, but her perspective isn't right. It's not every guy is going out and getting somewhere. It's every guy is, some guys are trying really hard and some are succeeding, but are 90% of men successful in this regard?
No, we're just talking about we're talking about the 10%, the top 10% here.
Yeah, we're talking like we're talking about guys who have a rotation of 20, 30 women, who one woman where he gets a disease from one woman and gives it to the rest.
Mm-hmm. Basically makes it bad for everybody else, you know?
Yeah.
Skews the numbers a little bit and gives this false opinion about all men when it's just, you know, the top men and the top 10% that are out here sleeping with all the women.
Yeah, so her point isn't wrong, but but her perspective is wildly inaccurate.
Mm-hmm. Let's keep going.
Feminism is not the reason.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, so Pearl is about to start here, and I will say, you know, with all of her talking points, whatever, she's going to lay out a lot of her Kevin Samuels, Myron talking points here, because she has them all on this piece of paper in front of her. And she's going to be hit with counterpoints after this, and it's going to go all downhill from here. Just want to let you know.
Nice job. Okay.
Wonderful.
Pearl, we got 5 minutes. You're going to be on the clock, and let's go.
Most debaters and commentators are elitists who tell average Americans from their ivory towers what to think and how to feel. My answer to this question not only comes from covering current events and researching the facts, data, and statistics, but also in my professional experience interviewing over 1,000 people in America and Western nations. Feminism has given women power, and power corrupts. And that's what's happening. Feminism is robbing men of their disposable income and their prime earning years. Feminism has empowered women. It has empowered women to be sexually promiscuous. Feminists say that they fought for women to not subject themselves to the approval of men. Why then are 5 to 10% of women between the ages of 18 to 25 on OnlyFans or other prostitution websites? There are more online prostitutes in America than female Walmart employees. 1 of 3 women will catch an STD at some point in their lifetime. 90% will catch HPV, which is incurable. Feminism has empowered women to abort 1/8 of the world population and 1/3 of Gen Z. Feminists have been so empowered to commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is unpunished in any state in the USA or any country in the West. If done correctly, a man will have to pay for a child he was fooled into believing was his until that child reaches maturity. In some states...
Unless, I got to stop you right there, Pearl, unless you get a paternity test. You can do that. You can totally do that.
Camp, it's not just that. I mean, if you can get a paternity test before you sign anything,
yes,
you know, that works out.
Right.
But in most cases, guys aren't always, most guys try to trust.
Yes.
Try and trust somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So
they usually find out later down the line that she was cheating on him or something. And yeah, so, but no, that's one of those things that I think you can always get a paternity test, and you know, whether, I mean, just as a measure, you know, sure, it might raise an eyebrow from the woman, whatever, you know, like, what, you don't trust me and stuff, but it's still something that any man can do to be 100% sure, you know, and it avoids a lot of problems. And I mean, that's the thing, like, most of the time it's like, yeah, it is yours. So it's like, okay, you know, I just want to make sure, you know, should be no harm, no foul there. But, you know, I think it's still a good practice to do.
I mean, there's that, but there's also the fact that the woman may not know, or that the guy is not, it may know the guy isn't the father and just doesn't say anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's I'm just saying that, I mean, even if that's the situation, the man can still take actions, you know, in order to secure himself, you know, at least know the truth. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, well, can't most hope that's the case. Doesn't necessarily mean it is the case.
Well, you know, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't know. I would much rather know, you know, than not know. You know, like, I know from both of my kids that both of my kids are mine. Paternity tests and stuff, all that stuff. I mean, it's like, it's not that I don't trust my wife. It's just that it's just something that I did, you know? So, I mean, my kids look like me anyway, but it doesn't matter. It's one of those things that, you know, I want to know, you know, and I think every man should do the same thing. I mean, but it is what it is. Some people, they like to just be like, no, you know, I trust her, you know, and then 18 months, you know, or 18 years later, you know, you find out that it's not true, you know? So, I don't know. I think it's better to know than to not know. That's all I'll say on that.
That man will also have to pay for that kid's college. That is slavery and is forbidden under the 13th Amendment. 1/3 of paternity tests are negative by the American Association of Blood Banks. Feminism has empowered women to rob men of their time, their resources, their reputation, their children, and in the most extreme cases, their lives.
Still got 3 minutes left.
Do this through child support, alimony, false allegations, and paternity fraud. How many people in this arena have a brother, a father, an uncle, or a friend who has gone through this meat grinder? Anna has been on the air for 15 years and is completely oblivious to these issues. It's a silent genocide of the lives of millions of men. Standing on the sidelines of the arena, I have 33-year combat veteran Terrence Popp. He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2.
I'm going to actually skip this part because she does a lot of anecdotes, and it doesn't, I mean, she uses anecdotes for her opening statement, which I think it's okay, but it goes on way too long. So I'm just going to skip this part, and we're going to get back to kind of like the counter part because it goes on for way too long. It's going to save us a little bit. Hold on 1 second.
Doing what they're supposed to do
15%
and take care of their children, it's not a huge issue.
What happens to men when they don't
really
pay child support?
Only 60% of child support payments get paid out.
You got to allow her to interrogate you, not them. You got to stop yelling questions at her.
You can minimize men's problems all you want, but I don't think you understand how privileged of a position you're in.
In what way? How am I privileged?
Men are the ones that are on the hook for child support. Men are the ones that are on the hook for alimony. It's easy for you to tell men to just take the risk when you're not in that position.
So are you asserting that men shouldn't pay child support following a divorce? Do you believe that women should be financially responsible 100% after a divorce?
Feminists wanted to be equal. So I say be equal. If you guys want equality, 50-50 custody, no child support, no alimony, no special privileges.
Alimony is paid out in 10%
it doesn't
of
matter
divorces.
If you're part of the
it does
10%.
matter. It does matter because you make it seem like it's a widespread issue when it's only 10%.
The 10 years doctrine is a sexist law against men. That's sexist.
How is it sexist if a woman decided to forego a career, decided to be a stay-at-home mother, and the marriage doesn't work out, she has no job, she has no income, so you think it's unfair to get support from her ex-husband so she can raise the kids, so she can pay?
60% of kids under 5 have daycare. Daycare is an option now. You wanted to be men.
Do you know how much daycare costs?
You wanted to be men. Here you have it.
Do you know how much daycare costs? Do you think it's free?
Let her answer.
A lot of things are expensive, Anna. I mean,
that's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye, you spend money on Botox, you spend money.
You should think about it.
It's going to start getting a little dirty right here, okay? We're going to start getting a little bit of mud going back and forth, but it is definitely, we try to stay on point here. The points that Pearl is making here, these aren't her talking points, okay? These are old regurgitated, like Kevin Samuels and Myron talking points there. What Ana Kasparian is saying, I kind of agree with in terms of like after the marriage dissolves and the woman basically has no work experience because she's been a stay-at-home mom for like 10 plus years or something like that. I think she should be entitled to child support to be able to raise kids and stuff so that she can like prepare to go back to work. I think that makes sense to me. I'm actually for that. I don't know how you feel about it, but yeah.
I actually agree in the circumstance that she's been out of the professional world for like 10 plus years. I agree with that. You know, most most guys won't like that. It's like, no, she should just be ready to jump. Well, when most employers hear, oh, I spent 10 years living off my husband's dime, their first thought isn't, oh, she's lazy. It's, is this person actually going to be able to come in and work with us?
Right. Because she's going to have the kids as, kind of like that's her priority, like the kids are always going to come first. So anything that happens, she's going to have to take time off to be with the kids or take care of the kids and stuff because she doesn't have another person there. So, women like that are more of a liability than an asset at a company.
Yeah. So, if that's the actual criteria, I think maybe a year or two is reasonable for that. But, 5 years, no. You do some basic entry work for about a year, and then assuming you have a professional license or a degree, which most women tend to have more often nowadays. It's 1 year is plenty reasonable because all you really got to do is go get an entry level job, get 6 months to a year of experience. And, from there, you can hopefully apply for a job that actually takes care of things. Because some places are going to want more, but, it's always, and, we're also not talking about, what job you're looking for here specifically. Because, let's say she was a nurse. Well, there's always nursing jobs available. If she was in graphic design or something or a much more niche market, then that's going to take more time. But, we can't just throw down a bland blueprint of this will work. Every situation is going to be different. And
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter how much we want to sit there, stomp, pout, and cry. It's just not going to happen that way.
I think just going back to the childcare aspect, she's going to need to be able to either afford childcare or be able to work a job to where she can, drop her kids off with maybe family at a certain time and then go work for a time and then come back and something that she can work out, but it's like, that kind of stuff takes time to figure out, so I don't know. I just think that, after a divorce, no matter, whatever long it is and stuff, I think it is fair to the woman who, was a stay-at-home mom that didn't have any work experience, during the marriage, or, wasn't gaining any work experience. Basically, she was just taking care of the home, being a housewife. I think it's fair to get child support to take care of the children so that she can, maybe put that towards a daycare or maybe put that towards paying for a babysitter so she can go take classes or, go to a night job or something like that so that she can, get back on her feet,
Yeah, that's reasonable, Camp. But the cases that Pearl will always bring up here would be the Lifetime Awards, which by all modern standards are ridiculous.
Well, she always, that's her angle though. She always likes to play to the extreme. And I think that's kind of where, the whole Myronisms kind of come in. Cause Myron, he likes to kind of always speak from the extreme. And I think that's kind of where she likes to piggyback off of. Let's keep going. Let's kind of
going to the extremes is never a way to make a good point.
Yes, but we're about to see how a lot of this is about to become a house of cards for her.
I sure am.
You spend money all of the time.
Yep.
So you wanted to be men. Here it is. You're equal. Pay for daycare.
Equality means that when you have a child or children, you're both responsible. So the idea that the woman should take 100% of the costs on herself without any help from her husband or ex-husband is ridiculous. How is that fair?
Well, how is it fair that he doesn't get 50-50 custody?
Well, first of all,
That's actually a really good
Why
point
are you
on
asserting that?
Pearl's side.
Well, I mean, I think that's also the what we were talking about earlier, how they need to kind of update the laws and stuff because it always kind of defers to the mom. Like moms always have the maternal instinct or whatever on their side for some reason. And they basically have to be promiscuous or a crackhead in order to get like, you know, to not get provided with sole custody. It's kind of wild, dude.
Well, I mean, Cam, that's what the judiciary does. And a lot of states, sadly, a lot of them do not normally actually weigh in. Most states started weighing in when their birth rates dropped, and the ones that actually were like, let's actually do something about this. When they saw the problem, a lot of states started changing the laws, but not all, and some didn't even put into law. They actually set out more of a guideline, and it's been noted by several fathers' rights attorneys that they do not follow those guidelines.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna.
Which, to be fair,
go ahead.
fair in some cases is justified, but in a lot of cases where dad actually wants to be a dad, it's not fair.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit more here.
Is equality among the sexes. I'm not looking for women to have an upper hand over men at all. But we need to be based in reality, and we need to look at the statistics and figure out what's really going on. If men are getting a raw deal as a result of divorces, then yeah, the laws need to change. And I genuinely thought prior to this debate that they were getting the raw end of the deal. But as I researched this, I realized I was believing in outdated myths. So, yeah.
Pearl, let me ask you this. Do you
They're not
believe
exactly
from- obviously you
outdated,
are
but they're not changing fast enough.
No, they're not. And you know, I think that's kind of, there just has to be more cases of divorces to where they're overturned in towards the male favor and the man's favor, father's favor, whatever, and able to, you know, I just think certain cases have to come forward in order to change those laws, you know. And until then, it's just going to be kind of like this one swipe against all people, you know? I mean, depending on what state you're in, of course, you know, it's going to be different. But for the most part, it just seems like a lot of lawyers are going to come to men and be like, look, this is not worth fighting because you are going to lose. That's just going to be like the common thing that a lot of men, a lot of fathers are going to hear. And they're like, yeah, it's just not worth it. You know, you're going to basically waste a lot of money and you're going to get the same result. You know, so
well, that's what a lot of lawyers do say, but you know, this is kind of the problem where, you know, where men say these lawyers don't do jack, and all they're doing is just filling out their billable hours.
Yep, and they're still getting paid, but not having to actually go to court.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason why I was actually glad that my lawyer actually did have consequences when I got divorced. Because I didn't pay for my lawyer. My job has a legal trust. And as part of the legal trust, if they didn't do that, then I could go to the trust, file a complaint, and it's like, well, why aren't you doing your job? Most people don't have that kind of recourse.
Yeah. Most people are basically seeking representation on their own, you know, not through, you know, their jobs and stuff. So for most part, yeah.
I mean, would you really want to lose a multi-million-dollar client?
No.
No, you wouldn't.
No.
So it's like, so how many billable hours did you just cost us because you didn't actually fight for your client? Well, gee.
Right.
Oh, we lost that contract, and someone's got to have punishment for that.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of changes things a little bit. So,
A lot of anecdotal stories. I do think it's fair to point out every anecdotal story is someone's story, right? So they're not fake stories and they're not meaningless, obviously, to the people who live those realities. In a lot of cases, they're very painful. Because of your platform, you speak to a lot of those people. How much is that informing where you're coming from in this debate? Is the real stories of people who have been hurt by this stuff?
I mean, I've interviewed 1,000 people. I interviewed a guy who had his kid transitioned and there was nothing he could do about it. I interviewed another guy and he spent $300,000.
this is more anecdotal stuff. I'm skipping ahead here.
He gets to decide what he does with it.
I think I'm more of a feminist than you.
Sure. Go great. Congratulations.
This is the first shutdown here.
This is the longest 30 minutes of my life.
Are Kasparian shuts down or Pearly shuts down?
Pearl shuts down. Hold on. Pearl shuts down here. Hold on. We went a little bit too far. Let me see if I can go back a little bit here. Hold on.
I believe in alimony in specific cases where the woman decided to forego having a career and working, decided to stay home and raise the kids. In those cases, I believe she deserves alimony, yes.
But that's a privilege.
You're ridiculous. Next, move
wait,
on.
You said it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous,
that it's a privilege to stay home with your
coming from a girl who grew up in an affluent situation with incredibly wealthy parents. You don't know anything about struggling economically or financially. So to tell a single mother who decided to stay home and raise her children.
It is her situation, though. So it kind of rings true, though. Just listen to this whole thing. She's going to get completely shut down here.
Children instead of work, that she doesn't deserve a penny to raise her kids after a divorce is the most privileged piece of shit thing to say.
This is the type of nagging that drives men to suicide.
Good. But I'm married and you're not, so next.
Jesus Christ.
Again, that is a very low blow that she went.
Like I said, we're gonna get some mudslinging back and forth here, but just hang in there.
I mean, if we're gonna debate, actually do it right without going for the low blows.
Well, there is a point. I think I don't know if I don't think we passed it, but there is a point where Pearl is going to try to minimize Ana Kasparian's husband, and she's going to kind of fight back a little bit here. So hold on.
Fans girl, right?
Oh crap! I missed that part. Hold on. Switch you.
Coming from a girl who grew up in an affluent situation with incredibly wealthy parents, you don't know anything about struggling economically or financially. So to tell a single mother who decided to stay home and raise her children instead of work, that she doesn't deserve a penny to raise her kids after a divorce is the most privileged piece of shit thing to say.
This is
Coke Benny says Anna is getting emotional and using ad hominems. Yes, she is, but I will say that the point that she's making here is that the stance that Pearl has, this isn't her stance. These aren't even her points. Okay, these are basically points that she's parroting as her own that she's heard from other male content creators like Kevin Samuels and Myron Gaines and a few others, even Rollo Tomasi. So she's basically taken a lot of these points and then she's trying to pair it off as her own, but she doesn't have anything to back it up because of her own life experience. And for her saying this stuff that, women should not have to, deal or should have to receive child support after a divorce that they should just, get up and work and pay for daycare and stuff without the aid of that. It does kind of ring true that it comes from a privileged position. I completely even though it does sound like, she's hurling insults at her and stuff like that, it's true for Pearl, though. It is true for her because she did come from a wealthy background. She didn't have to struggle for anything. Her podcast was funded by her father, and the fact that she blew up the way that she did was parroting other people's talking points, and she basically absorbed Kevin Samuel's audience and all that stuff. And then, at one point people were even calling her the female Andrew Tate because she was taking all these red pill talking points, and basically it was coming not from a man but from a white woman, and it was just completely new and all that stuff, and there was a little bit of a novelty behind it. So I think what she's saying is fair game, because you're about to see what Pearl answers back with.
The type of nagging that drives men to suicide.
Good. But I'm married and you're not, so next.
Jesus Christ. I get it.
A little harder to debate someone who's not an OnlyFans girl, right? Never. I don't need to.
Oh, when you take the easy road, this
Not
is
that
what happens.
I'm judging.
It's why isn't paternity fraud illegal?
We've been over this already.
It's estimated 6% of men are fathering children that are not theirs.
I don't really believe your stats. Like, where are you getting
American
that
Blood
stat
Bank
from?
Association. Are you happy?
Okay.
1/3 of
That's wrong.
paternity
And
tests.
yes, there should be consequences for that.
But there aren't.
Okay.
But there are. Where
and there
have the
should be. So
feminists
we agree
been?
on that. Next.
Right, you can agree, but you haven't covered it. And that's my point, is you guys don't care about equality. You want freedom at the expense of men.
Okay, sure. Next.
Do you think that men should have the right to opt out of fatherhood, since women have the right to opt out of motherhood?
No. Put a condom on. You don't want to have children, put a condom on.
Or require him to wear a condom.
Effective.
No, that's true. That's true. I mean, abstinence is 100% effective, though.
Yeah, but how many guys are willingly going to go the abstinence route?
I mean, if you don't want to have kids, don't have sex. It's as simple as that,
Yeah,
look at Fresh, man. He's out here, banging escorts and stuff, getting them pregnant, and he's basically willing to pay for their abortions and stuff, So,
yeah,
I mean, he's willing to pay to get out of it. So, I mean, there's different ways to get out of being a father and opting out of it and stuff. It just seems like as long as you have the means to do it, if you don't have the means to do it, there are other ways that you can prevent it from happening. I think there are choices that need to be made that we need to still hold ourselves accountable as men. So,
well, Camp, I'm not saying we shouldn't hold ourselves accountable here.
Mhm.
I'm saying that realistically, how many men do you expect to keep it in their pants? Not many, unless they're incredibly devout.
yeah, but I mean, if you're not ready to have kids,
I agree, Camp. If you're not ready, you shouldn't have them.
right.
But on the flip side of
Understand the risk. This is something I'm even telling my son. It's gonna be something I'm gonna be telling my daughter as well. If you're not ready to have a kid, you should not be having sex. Because that's the risk that you take. I mean, aside from all of the potential diseases you get out there, a child, I'm not going to say is the worst of worst. It's not. It can be a blessing, but it could be a detriment if you're not ready. If you're not in the financial position, if you're still a child yourself, and you still got some development to do. Coke Benny came back. He says, "Put a condom on. How about keep your legs closed?" No, there's accountability on both ends. Absolutely. And that's kind of what I'm trying to say here. Between my daughter and my son, men and women need to both be accountable here. Women that don't want to have kids, yes, keep your leg closed. Men that don't want to have kids, maybe
in your pants.
Yeah, keep it in your pants. Same thing.
Or maybe if you never want kids, go get snipped.
Yeah, there's always that. Yeah. But I think eventually, I think eventually you want to have kids. I mean, I don't know. There's people that never want to have kids, and I think that's perfectly fine for them. But then, what was Rollo Tomasi opting for? Everybody that look, if you want the fastest way to becoming a high value man is to go get snipped, and then they were saying like, oh, you could get it reversed after whatever, but like after a certain amount of time, it's like the percentage of it falls off of it being successful. In terms of reversing it, it just seems like, I mean, you're basically sterilizing a whole group of young men out there, to just be promiscuous and stuff, live a life of just sex and no children, no legacy, basically,
Yeah.
So I don't know what is a better future. I think, the choices we make as humans, I think, I don't know. I can only speak for myself. And hopefully there are some men out there that agree with me. I do think at some point every man wants a legacy, something to carry on his name, and I think women want a family, eventually. I think that's kind of like the natural order of things. But there's always going to be people on the outskirts that just want to, they just want to have fun. They just want to be greedy. They just want to have this whole life about themselves and stuff, and screw having kids, So I think it all depends on the person, in terms of what you want. But yeah, if you don't want kids, at least, put a condom on, do the morning after pill, whatever, do whatever it takes, to be responsible. Be responsible, And if it happens, either take accountability, be a man, step up, or if it's definitely not the right decision or not the right timing and stuff like that, and both of you have agreed on that, then you both need to work towards that choice together. So that's all I'll say about that. I mean, I think there needs to be accountability on both sides, at least.
That's equal.
Well, there does need to be accountability on both sides, but sadly, we see less accountability on one side nowadays, or at least that's the image we're presented with.
You're talking about deadbeat dads?
No, the joke about women and accountability. Oh, it's not her fault that she opened her legs, kind of thing.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
That's a really big joke going around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, women are the victims of circumstance, and the man just hit it and quit it.
That's the accountability joke. But that's the joke. But the truth is that accountability from all the things that we see is that it flows one way and not both.
Yeah. No, you're right.
That
now,
choice
whether
is
that's true or not, I can't say for certain, but when people make a perception, they try to make it, it tends to become reality, or that's what people tend to purview, even if it's not true.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
Equally irresponsible.
He's the one with the Johnson. He gets to decide what he does with it.
I think I'm more of a feminist than you.
Sure. Go great. Congratulations.
Some people wonder why chastity belts were invented.
Okay, the 5-minute mark. This is the shutdown here.
This is the longest
Both
30 minutes of my life.
just Pearl?
Well, Pearl is supposed to be interrogating Ana Kasparian, so this is her time right now.
Wow.
Okay, I'm going to interject again if I can.
All right.
No, I was kidding. So, one thing that I do think is happening is that there is a shift that is taking place in America, and I think you both have alluded to this a little bit. And so I'll ask Anna first if you would agree with this. Because you said that going into this debate, you thought a lot of these things were true.
Right.
And you started to see that maybe these things were not as true as you had believed. Do you believe that your previous belief was informed by nonsense, or the fact that states and legislatures and courts are changing what they're doing over the last few years in terms of alimony and parental time and that kind of thing.
I think that with more women
Technically
participating
speaking,
in the
it's both.
workforce,
In terms of the laws changing?
Yeah, it's technically both, because courts have been forced to recognize, well, all courts run off of evidence. And there are some guys out there who've done a really good job of gathering a good amount of evidence. And in some of those cases, it does work. But the other thing here is that each state has their own issues. And I mean, California's biggest issue right now, if I'm not mistaken, is all the people leaving, and they're not really trying to fix it. But the point is that every state has its issues and it has their values. And Camp, you're from Georgia, right?
Yeah, Georgia.
Yeah. I mean, what people who are normally in Georgia value the same thing as somebody from like California or Washington State? No.
Oh, of course not. It's completely different. I mean, I also think that the South is a lot slower in terms of change, progression, if you will, than most other places of the United States. I would say we're pretty much the last to change any type of law to be a little bit more progressive. I think things here move a little bit slower. And I mean, I would say down here we see a lot more women being awarded sole custody or whatever of the children, and fathers ends up being the every other weekend type of dad and having to pay all this child support and stuff like that. And like I said, men typically make more than the women in the relationships and stuff, and when the relationship dissolves, they end up having to pay so that the woman can stay in the house and the man has to move out and support himself and also support the house that the woman is living in. So it happens all the time out here.
Yeah, I mean, there are some cases where the house should be sold, but it's not. So.
Yeah. So I mean, I see it a lot more often, and I hear a lot about it from a lot of people that I've come in contact with, and yeah, man, it does. I mean, I would definitely say that any young guy that's looking to possibly get married and stuff, there's a lot of examples out here of people that are like, yeah, don't do it, hold out for as long as you can, because it's just my situation didn't end up in a good place, and now I'm having to support my wife and her house with her new husband, with my kids and all that stuff, and it's a horror story, man. It's a horror story that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, man, when I hear that stuff.
So I mean, the big thing that's actually changing are state legislators, and it's not really talked about, but state legislators who've been hearing men's complaints, but they don't want to do anything about it. And then once, their tax base either A, started moving to get away, or in some cases, large swaths of their tax base started dying off, that's when they actually start caring. I don't know why California doesn't appear to care, but, sometimes the best way to force change is to move with your feet.
Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't want to sound like a downer or whatever, but I just think that, kind of like how the medical field, there's money in keeping people sick. I think there's also money in keeping men and women apart, with the whole,
there is,
and there's money in, and like you said, not going to court and just kind of being like, look, you're not going to win this, so you might as well just settle for this partial custody or whatever, and the lawyer gets paid. They don't have to do their full job, and they can take their little bit of money and they can move on to the next one. For me, like, that's just at least what I see. It makes more sense to me And it's kind of like the road of least resistance, you know. It's like, look, we can make some easy money this way, and we can just kind of rinse and repeat the whole thing, you know. And yeah, it sucks for men, it sucks for fathers that want to be in their kids' lives and stuff, but at least we're making money, you know. Same thing with medical field, you know. It's like, yeah, you know, we could cure these diseases, but there's a lot more money in keeping people on medications, you know. So
well, there's money for the pharmaceutical companies, not necessarily for the hospitals.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. So,
but yeah, I mean,
in terms of fixing the issue or making it to where it's a little bit more equitable for men and stuff like that, I don't think there's a lot of money in that, you know.
There actually isn't.
Yeah. So, I mean,
there's a reason why you hear the expats living a high life, even though technically speaking, that's not necessarily true either.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, when you have swaths of your population going other places and spending their money, doing taxes on this, when your budget gets significantly impacted, you know, that's when legislators tend to start making changes.
Yeah. Let's continue here.
For them, it's the money, not necessarily what's right or wrong.
Right.
For feminists, you guys are going to get the equality that you're asking for. Men are not going to protect women in the streets. Men are going to stop signing up for the infrastructure jobs. The birth rate's going to keep falling, and the future is going to be bleak.
Okay. Listen, I think men and women serve important roles in society. I think that you have a shallow understanding of what I believe, number one, but more importantly, what the dynamic is between men and women in modern society. You're under this weird impression that the anecdotal evidence that you cite is indicative of the outcome of all marriages. In reality, study after study shows that married couples tend to be happier than single individuals.
Right, they're happy before the divorce.
Divorce is terrible. Divorce means that the marriage didn't work out. Obviously, they're not going to be happy in the middle of a divorce.
Like, correlation doesn't mean causation. People marry happy people and date happy people in general. You're attributing it to marriage, but you're not going to marry someone that's a bitch.
Okay.
Carlos just came back. He said Pearl did make a point. A lot of younger men are checking out and are going against women's right and feminism. That's true. I mean, a lot of men are signing up to this whole, red pill ideology and stuff, and just kind of, or the MGTOW, movement, and just kind of, doing their own thing and kind of avoiding the whole marriage and relationships and stuff, and just, focusing on their own path and success. And maybe that solitude is fine for some men, but I think there's some men that want a little bit more out of life. It's the same thing with women, even after they have focused on their career and focused on, attaining all of the things that they think will make them whole, they're still not whole because they don't have that family dynamic or that legacy and stuff, or just that person to share their time with, I think in the end, it always comes back down to being in a relationship, but some people don't need that. Some people don't need a relationship to be happy. Some people are completely, they're asexual. They're that type of person that can go through life and just completely be fine, never being in a relationship, and just kind of being on their own. But I don't think the majority of people are like that. So.
No, they're not.
Mm-hmm.
Most men actually do want some sort of relationship. Hell, I'd like a relationship, but But the way my attitude is about it right now is just, I wouldn't say it's horrible, but it's very much get on my page and we're good. If you're not willing to do that, then bye.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it does depend on on very many different things, because there are some guys who are players who are like, why do I need to settle down? I'm getting all I want out of this. And eventually, when I find a woman I want to have a child with, no problem.
And you could equate you can equate that to women too. Women that are basically getting all the attention from all the different men and stuff. They're like, why do I need to settle down when I can just get all the attention from all those men and make all this money and stuff, you know? It's just like, why settle for a relationship with one person when I can have all of this success and money and attention from everybody?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of that's more or less the point, is that, you know, it's what are we getting out of it? And, you know, sadly nowadays, you know, what you get out of it is what you make it. But even then, you're still dealing with another human being, and that's always going to end up being chaotic. So you never really know what you're going to get.
Well, give it a couple years when sex robots become affordable for everybody. People are going to be able to tailor make their robot to however they want, and then that problem will be solved. It's just going to be it's going to be what's it called, an extinction event, you know, kind of, you know, cloaked in that whole thing. But, you know, at least people will die happy or fulfilled in their own little weird way. But no.
Yeah, that's basically what we're staring down, and you know, that does not make me feel good or sleep good.
Doesn't make me feel good either, man. But it's unfortunately what we are moving towards. Let's keep going.
You're right, Pearl.
You know, what's really interesting is if you look at marriage rates, which have dropped in the United States, not just in the United States, actually globally, you'll notice that the people who are less likely to get married happen to be those who are from a lower socioeconomic status.
Right, marriage is disappearing from the middle class. That's true.
From poor individuals, yes.
What's your point?
Do you wonder why?
Because women marry rich?
People forego marriage due to their own personal financial situation.
So women
Technically
marry
speaking,
for
they're
money.
both right.
No, it's true. It's true. Women do they always seek to marry up, and, you know, men tend to put it off until they feel like they're financially ready. So they are both right on their own way. You're absolutely right.
A lot.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going back to this.
Let me ask you something, Pearl.
Men.
Would you be willing to marry a guy who's poor?
Men.
Because I married a guy who was in debt and loved the hell out of him. Best thing in my life. Would you marry a guy who is broke, no
nice,
career,
Anna.
and in debt? Would you?
That's very nice, Anna.
Would you?
So I'm going back
Answer
to the
the question.
topic.
Would you marry a broke guy in debt?
All right.
These aren't in her notes, so she can't answer it, but let's see how she handles this.
So we're going back to the
Would
topic.
you? Would you?
All right. This is the nagging. This is the nagging again. Okay, so
I'm pushing you to answer a question because you are judging women making a blanket statement of who they would be willing to marry, who they wouldn't be willing to marry. But you're not answering the question yourself. Would you be willing to marry a broke guy in debt?
Does your husband have to listen
You wouldn't,
to this?
would you?
Does he have to listen to this?
Oh, he loves it.
All right.
Can't get enough
So
of
can
it.
I go back
Do
to
you
the
not want to answer
question?
that? Why do you not want to answer that?
Yeah, why not?
Just say, no, I don't want to broke.
Love is love. Now, back to the question. Men, 88% of the food. The power grid, 93% men. Transportation, 95% men.
Men are important in society.
Communications, 90% men. Material production, 78% men. Software.
This is the Kevin Samuels, like, if men were to take a day off. I don't know if you guys saw that. I mean, you guys saw that stream, whatever. If men were to take off, whatever, the whole world would grind to a halt, whatever. If women take a day off, it would still run just fine, basically. So these are the talking points she's talking about here.
80% men. Auto workers, 98% men. Carpenters, 98% men. Electricians, 98% men.
Coke Benny, stand up.
If you remove the top male-dominated jobs from the economy, you would have
Coke
no
Benny
running
joining the stream?
No, Coke Benny is an electrician. That's what I meant. She was talking about
okay.
men in electrician fields. I was like, Coke Benny, stand up.
cars, no housing, no electricity, no open machinery, no materials or fabrics, and no computers. There would be no buildings and no Amazon delivery.
I've never
What
once said
is your
that men
plan?
are not a very important part of American society.
You want men enslaved to women for nothing in return.
No, you're just making
That's
things
what you
up.
want. That's what you want. You want
I don't get that from that whole statement that she just made. I mean, basically, I think this is a very crude way of arguing. Basically, presenting all of that, how men are useful in society, and then saying that you want men slaves to women. I don't get that from that.
On the hook for
Okay,
child
Pearl,
support.
what have I
You
said
want
that
men on the
gives
hook
you that
for
impression?
alimony.
Let her finish
What
her
have I
statement.
said that gives you that impression?
You want men on the hook for child support. You want men on the hook for alimony.
You want men to not take responsibility for their own children.
You've been on the air for 20 years, and you have not advocated for men that are victims of paternity fraud. You want men to do all of the work, get no credit for nothing.
I do
and men aren't
political
going to do
news.
it anymore. They're going to walk away, Anna. They're not going to do it anymore. And feminists, as you said, have no plan for when that happens. And I wish
What do you want
luck.
their plan to be? You think it's a feminist responsibility
What
to
happened-
plan for this made-up society where all men decide
You know
they
what's
no
funny?
longer want to
You guys
work?
know what's funny? She actually advocated for
Actually,
left-wing policies.
feminists didn't come up with that idea.
What's the idea?
Well, the idea was that what if one day men stood up and just said no, and we're not going to do this until things are made right. The fundamental flaw with that argument is that it's just never going to happen.
No, it's not. Men are going to always go to work, no matter what the circumstance is, because men need to earn, they need to provide, and men just have it inherently in us to take care of their families and take care of their wives and children. There's no option for them to stop going to work just because of a principle, you know?
Yeah.
YT Goodman, YouTube Goodman, how are you? Oh, we're doing good, man. We're actually winding down. We're getting very close to the end of stream, but I appreciate you joining us, sir. I wanted to get to the point where Pearl gets completely dog walked by Anna. It's coming very soon. I'm trying to find the part though.
And for men, my argument.
I'm an
my
egalitarianist.
Hold on, my argument is that men and women are both tremendously important to a functioning society. They should both be treated with respect. They both serve different jobs, different roles, and in order for society to work,
No.
we have to respect that.
Women are
but
not
you
equal- the
seem
women are
to
not-
put the onus and responsibility of everything onto women while providing cover for the bad behavior of men.
Women are not equally important because they don't do the equal
Men
work.
are equally important.
See, here's the flaw that I believe Pearl has here in this little argument that she has. Because women don't do the same jobs as men, they're not equally as important. I don't think that is true. I think the fact is that women, they're not really built to do the type of jobs that men do. In terms of like, you know, the hard jobs, the hard labor jobs and stuff. It's just not feasible, you know? It's just simple biology, you know. It's like women are easier at being caretakers, working in hospitality, working in nursing, you know, administrative jobs, stuff like that. Whereas men are better at doing construction, better at doing, you know, electrician, plumbing, all that, you know, the grid work, all that stuff, you know, basically stuff that keeps society going, you know, trucking in oil and doing all that stuff, you know, ice road truckers and oil drilling and all that stuff. All that makes sense. Because, you know, we're built for that type of endurance, whereas women, they shouldn't be in those type of situations. You know, if anything, they're going to slow down those processes, and they function better in jobs that are about people, you know, about, you know, working customer service, you know, hospitality, stuff like that. You know, we should both play to our strengths. And this whole thing that women are useless because they can't work in construction, you know, or they can't, you know, do these hard jobs that men do. It's just like, we shouldn't expect them to do that stuff. You know, it's like this whole thing that women shouldn't be able to vote because they can't, because, you know, there are women in military service, whatever like that, but because they can't be drafted for military service, whatever, or they should be if they want to be allowed to vote. I think that's just a very dumb thing. Do you think an all-woman squadron would be able to be effective against a squadron of men? You know?
Well, if you're talking about in terms of like infantry combat, if you're talking all women versus all men, men are going to dominate.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, but if you're talking about like logistics or possibly piloting, I mean, there are plenty of women who do really well in those situations. So
That would
I mean,
would be an equal footing type of thing. I'm talking about infantry. I'm talking about boots on the ground combat. You know, no.
Well, Camp, why do you think there's no such thing as a female Navy SEAL?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, I mean, I'm not saying it's not impossible, but I'm just saying it wouldn't be intelligent. You know, Coke Benny came back. He says a woman can be a residential electrician. I don't think she'll have any issues in that field. Commercial electrician, however, hell no. Hey, you know, he would know better than me, man.
Or being a lineman electrician.
Yeah.
A lineman electrician, too.
Mm-hmm.
Dealing with that level of high voltage is not something women would willingly want to do.
And I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's just like, it makes sense that they lean more towards jobs that are more like administrative, you know, maybe even more customer focused, hospitality even, you know, but not like manual labor, you know, not stuff that's going to put their lives at risk. Absolutely not. So, I mean, it makes sense to me. And it's like, I don't even think we should put that expectation on them. So,
Well, to be fair, it's basically a non-measurement because there are just so many women who will try and get into those fields and then they end up leaving those fields or they end up getting the easiest job in the fields, you know.
Right. I mean,
And,
they get hired off of like diversity and stuff like that, but then, they don't ever last, you know? But it's one of those things, you know, it's like you have a man and a woman with the same resume, same amount of experience, whatever. And the woman is probably going to get the preferential treatment over that, you know?
Yeah.
They're going to get hired and then they're going to end up becoming a liability in some way, or they're not going to last, or they're going to realize that, oh, this isn't the right career field for me, you know, down the line.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it's all just, I mean, basically, it's not a non-argument. It's more like what is the word I'm looking for here? It's not a non-argument. It's not. I'm trying to think of the right way to phrase this, and it's just slipping my head. But basically, it's not a non-argument. It's just that it's not really relevant when it's not going to be a factor. In the long run.
The percentage of women in these fields is so insignificant, it's not a factor. You know?
Yeah.
So we shouldn't really be arguing for the minority in here, is basically what I'm trying to say. Coke Betty did say funny.
That's my point too.
Coke Betty said, funny you should mention it. There is a famous female electrician on YouTube who is a lineman. I mean, I'm not saying there isn't exceptions to the rule. There always is, you know? But I think that's kind of what makes this person unique, is that they are a female and they are killing it as a lineman. Sure, you know, but I think that's the thing. It's going to always be small percentages. Never going to be like 50-50. It's never going to be more than 50-50, you know? So that's just one of those things that's just kind of true to life, you know? And the thing is, like, we shouldn't hold women to the same standard as men in terms of like strength, endurance, you know, mental toughness and stuff like that. But in terms of like, you know, like we were talking about piloting and administrative and, you know, being able to like, you know, direct people and stuff like that. Sure. I definitely think that females can definitely have that ability to do that, you know, but it is, like I said, it's not going to be widespread and it's not going to be something that's going to be significant to even argue against. So let's keep going. We actually kind of gone over, but we're going to see if we can get a little bit more here.
Women
never
are not
said that they weren't.
Women are not equally important because they don't do the equal amount of work. Men have invented the majority of the inventions. Men have started Fortune 500 companies. Men do the majority of the infrastructure job.
This is a Myron talking point, in case you guys don't know. I'm sure you guys do from all the time you guys have spent time with me. but Myron has said this, name 3 female inventors and all this stuff. Like, this is all Myron talking points now.
Men produce 90%
I mean, if you want to
of
be
the
technical, the biggest one there would be Madame Curie.
Yeah,
Her work with radiation is
that was actually a Kevin Samuels talking point. He did say that with Madame Curie, and you're absolutely right.
And then there was, I don't remember her name, but Einstein's first wife was actually a rather talented physicist.
Coke Vanny came back. He says, this YouTuber, the female electrician, she knows what she's doing, but her content is just baiting lonely male electrician simps. She's basically a thought for electricians. It always comes back to sex, doesn't it? It's just it always comes back to sex.
Scrubbing the toilets
80%
after
of the
work.
food supply, 90% of the world's stuff.
Who's changing the diapers?
Not
Who's-
women.
who's
Not women.
raising
They're
the
not having
children
kids.
after
Women aren't
working
having kids,
all
so
day
women
long?
aren't doing it. Daycare workers now, to be honest. It's not the moms.
Not everyone grew up in an affluent household like you. They need a dual income household in order to make ends meet in this economy.
Anna, you
live
talk,
in reality for
Anna,
one day
you
in your
talk,
life.
Anna, you talk for a living. It's kind
I
of
do.
rich for you to come at me.
What, bitch? What do you do for a living?
Damn.
I also talk, but I can acknowledge it's not that hard of a job.
Talk a lot of
where
bullshit.
You pretend it's more important than it is.
Right. Okay.
Well, since there were only about 30 seconds left, we'll just call it there. All right, good job. Give these debaters a round.
I think let me see if there's any more here. I think that might be, hold on.
To paternity fraud, which is not prosecuted
Closing
at all.
statements here.
And men will more than likely deal with this in their lifetime. Men are the majority of the homeless. Men are the majority of the suicides. Women can hit men and men can't hit back. Feminism has empowered women to destroy men, and congratulations, 1.6 million men have committed suicide. What more do you want, Anna?
With 10 seconds
All
to
right.
spare.
That is the debates. Let's give it a big hand for these two debaters.
Thank you.
Why did they give
All right, so if you're here in the room.
What's that?
Why'd they give Pearl the last word?
Pearl, actually, she had the last word, but I think Anna also went too. I think she had a opening statement here, or a closing statement. Let me see. Let's go to it real quick. So we got to hear her side as well.
Deserves consequences, just like the bad behavior of men deserves consequences. That's what
One's
equality
legal,
is.
one's not.
What you're advocating for is a society in which men get away with everything, and women get blamed for everything. That's it. I mean, what else am I going to say?
All right, that was her close.
She
All
ended
right.
way early.
I can go? Yeah.
Might as
All
well.
right.
Jump in there.
Feminists are mainly white, middle-class female liberals who have no idea how the real world works and yet want to advise you on how to live in it. Let me go through your complaints. Feminists want control over their bodies. You win. You have 12 types of birth control, and you can actually Uber Eats a Plan B. You have abortion on demand, and in the states that it's not, it's simply a weekend trip. You have aborted an eighth of the world population. You win. Feminists wanted to fight against rape culture. You win. If a woman is raped, assaulted, or if she revokes consent after the fact, she has the power to get a man fired from his job, kicked out of school, or thrown in jail. You won, feminists. Women want to be free of traditional gender roles? Fine. Men invented the dishwasher, the Roomba, the air fryer, fast food, and Uber Eats. There are meal prep services and cheap restaurants. You win. Women wanted to have a career first and get married later in life. Men allowed women to come into the workforce and have millions of dollars in funding, pushing women into male-dominated fields and scholarships, and invented IVF to give us another 5 years of fertility. The husbands pay for the IVF.
All right, we pretty much heard all of that. That's basically all I got for tonight. I do want to thank you again for joining me on the stream, Ghost, Teeny Toes with Ghost. Do you have anything you'd like to let us know what you're up to?
Yes, the poll did finish, and the next live stream game is Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. So
very nice.
That will be tomorrow. So prepare yourselves for the glory to the Emperor as we slaughter the Tyranid horde.
I look forward to it. I appreciate everybody else, all the hustlers that came on the stream. Appreciate you guys, and I will see you guys on the next one. You guys have a good weekend, and yeah, you guys take care. Peace out, guys.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Can't fuss with one. Squad moves like a freight train. Streaming live Saturdays, no need for a campaign. Cook Benny in the chat, spitting heat uncontained. Haters lurking in the shadows, they ain't built for this terrain. Covers dropping gems, wisdom sharper than a blade. Exo Charles in the mix, got the whole game amazed. Taking souls for free, no invoice, no delays. Debating Sonic, spitting logic, making waves. Hustlers unite every Saturday night. We shine bright, got the spotlight in sight. Live stream flames, haters take fright. Chopping it with Hank, keep the vibe airtight. Commentary live, no script, just pure flair. Every bar a dagger, leaving doubters in despair. This ain't just a hustle, it's a kingdom we declare. Building brick by brick, we ain't folding under glare. Hank Russell in the cut, breaking bread, trading thoughts. While they talk trash, we strategize and plot. Every stream a canvas, every word a stroke of art. We out here taking names, pulling strings, playing smart. Hustlers unite every Saturday night. We shine bright, got the spotlight in sight. Live stream flames, haters take flight. Chopping it with Hank, keep the vibe airtight.